Sí, ahora sí, sí, dos, tres, sí. Probando audio, sí.
Especial cierre.
Sí. No tengo.
La clave no me la da.
Yo tampoco.
Alesia.
¿Ali se la sabe? Ah, pues aquí está. No, aquí está.
No, ya está Jorge.
Bueno, esta la podemos poner aquí o algo así. Hay un mouse. Bienvenido. Del otro lado. ¿Usan una hall? Solo caliente. ¿Usan una hall?
Gracias.
Sí, estaba viendo, pero no sé.
No, ahorita aguanta. Bueno. Bueno.
Sí, bueno, sí, sí, dos, tres, sí. Ey. Sí, bueno, sí, sí, dos, tres, sí. Uno, dos, tres, un, dos, tres. dos. Sí, bueno, sí, 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 sí. Ey, 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 sí. Sí, bueno, sí, sí, sí. Sí, como no, sí, dos, tres, dos, tres. Sí, bueno, sí.
Ahí va.
Sí, bueno, sí, sí, dos, tres. Sí, bueno, sí. Dos, dos, tres, sí. Probando audio, sí.
Es el gallo.
Sí, bueno, sí, sí. Dos, 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 tres, sí.
Ellos.
Bueno, sí, bueno, sí. Uno, uno, dos, uno, dos, tres. Prueba de audio. Uno, dos, uno, dos. Uno, dos. Prueba de audio. Sí, bueno, uno, dos, tres. Prueba de audio. Uno, dos, tres.
Sí, bueno, sí, sí, 2, 3, sí.
Sí, bueno, sí, sí, sí. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sí, sí. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sí. Ok. 1, 2.
ya no necesito preguntarle nada. Iniciamos en 5 minutos, ¿no? Ok. We will start our open ceremony in 5 minutes, so I would request to take your seats. Okay. Then I would like to invite our panel members to take their seats, please. Perfecto. Dear friends from overseas and Mexico, it is an honor and pleasure to welcome you today at this opportunity when we have the United Nations Mexico Symposium on Basic Space Technology, which is focused in this edition to make space technology accessible and affordable to all nations. This symposium has been organized in collaboration with the United Nations Office of Outer Space, the Mexican Space Agency, the Mexican Ministry of Communications and Transport, and the Center for Scientific Research and Higher Education of Ensenada, CICESE. Under the framework of this important event, this year, we'll have the opportunity of have 4 productive days of working closely together and having the opportunity to networking among ourselves and to exchange experiences. And I'd like to introduce to you at this opportunity our distinguished authorities and members of the panel. And I'd like to start with our host institution, Dr. Federico Greff, Director General of CICESE. In first place, let me welcome the Director of the Centralized Organizations of Ministry of Communications and Transport of Mexico, Mr. Omar Sharfen. It is also an honor to introduce the Director General of the Mexican Space Agency, Dr. Javier Mendieta Jimenez. And we have also an honor this time to have with us the Mayor of Ensenada, which is Gilberto Hirata, Professor Gilberto Hirata. We have also a representative from our institution, Autonomous University of Baja California. He's with us, Dr. Oscar Lopez Bonilla. And let us now welcome together our guest of honor from the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, Mr. Bernard Ballock. So at this opportunity, we'd like to have some words from our representatives, and we will start having some words from Dr. Federico Grev, who's going to deliver some speech to us.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, colleagues of the Presidium. Dr. Mendieta, good morning. Maestro Hirata, good morning. Dr. Charfen, good morning. Werner, good morning. Oscar, good morning. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for being here in this inauguration. Dr. Enrique Cabrero Mendoza, Director General of the National Council for Science and Technology of Mexico, was unable to attend this important event and has asked me to express his regrets and his best wishes for a successful meeting. So I have two cachuchas here as General Director of CICESE, host institution, and also Dr. Cabrero has asked me to say a few words also on his behalf. So, first of all, I welcome you to Mexico, to Ensenada, and to our institution. I see a lot of persons that are from abroad, so welcome to our town and to CICESE. CICESE has been working in the area of space technology since 1976, when we signed an agreement, a collaborative agreement with the University of Stanford in California. Its aim was to design, build, and evaluate different electronic subsystems in baseband and radio frequency to be used in land stations in Mexico for rural applications. Since then, we have been developing hardware and software, building and testing experimental prototypes. We also have been evaluating national and international space technology, design of communication networks for geostationary and low-orbit satellites, and evaluate satellite links of different types and frequencies for several applications. At CICESE, we continuously study our seas, coasts, and littorals, as well as other oceanic regions of the world, in an effort to better understand different aspects of wave motion, marine currents, ecosystems, marine species, aquaculture, and of course, the bottom of the sea. All this work is greatly supported by the use of satellite information, especially at the surface of the ocean. We also have a lot of experience in managing satellite data in projects related to natural phenomena such as hurricanes, tsunamis, storms, and other phenomena that involve ocean-atmosphere interactions. We have worked in BSAT networking, in the Solidaridad Satellite Project, mobile communications in L-band, in the SATEX project, quality in telemedicine, public health, CubeSat nanosatellites, just to mention a few. In conclusion, CICESE has a long story in the study, design, development, and implementation of space technology. Therefore, we wish to share this experience with other academic institutions, industry, and government agencies under the framework for science and technology provided by the Mexican Space Agency. I would also take this opportunity to thank all the organizers, all the effort that is being put behind this, and to make this United Nations Mexico Symposium on Basic Space Technology a reality. We welcome you again to CICESE and wish you a successful meeting. Thank you very much.
It is an honor for this institution to have a representative of the Mexican Ministry of Communications and Transport, and I'm going to request Mr. Omar Charfen to address this event.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenos días a todos. Maestro Gilberto Irata Chico, presidente municipal de Ensenada. Doctor Federico Graef, director general del Centro de Investigación Científica y de Educación Superior de Ensenada. Doctor Werner Balog, representante de la Oficina de las Naciones Unidas para Asuntos del Espacio Ultraterrestre. Doctor Francisco Javier Mendieta Jiménez, director general de la Agencia Espacial Mexicana. Doctor Óscar López Bonilla, vicerrector de la Universidad Autónoma de Baja California, Unidad Ensenada. Distinguidos invitados, miembros de los medios de comunicación, muy buenos días a todos. Good morning to everyone. It is my privilege to represent this morning Mr. Gerardo Ruiz Esparza, Mexico's Secretary of Communications and Transports. I extend to all of you greetings from him. I want to start thanking the governments of Baja California and Ensenada for their hospitality, and the United Nations, the Mexican Space Agency, and the Ensenada Center for Scientific Research and Higher Education for inviting us to be part of this Basic Space Technology Symposium. To those who have joined us from other countries, we offer you our warmest welcome, and thanks for making the long trip and visiting our country. We hope you find your stay enjoyable. At the Mexican Ministry of Communications and Transports, we are pleased to be part of this meeting. We think it will definitely help us better understand different ways in which basic space technology can be a driver to foster development in our society. In Mexico, we have been working really hard during the last years to become a leader in Latin America in satellite and space-related issues. For example, in December 2012, we launched the Bicentenario satellite, which is fully operational and is being operated by Mexican engineers from Mexican territory. Next year, we'll be launching the Centenario and the Morelos 3 satellites that together will form the new Mexican satellite system, better known as MEXSAT. This state-of-the-art satellite communication system will provide connectivity in remote areas all over our country and a new communications platform to our national security agencies. Also, last year, we accomplished a major constitutional telecommunications reform that will ensure access for all people to telecommunication services and competitive conditions for all players. It will create growth and boost productivity and create better living conditions for all Mexicans. Such is the case, for example, of the Mexico Connected initiative that aims to ensure broadband internet access for the entire population in 250,000 public sites, such as schools, clinics, town halls, community centers, libraries, parks, and plazas. Part of this connectivity, of course, will be provided through satellites and space. But we understand that space utilization is not only about telecommunications. There is a wide range of applications, as for example, Earth observation, GPS tracking systems, disaster management, or early warning systems. In this regard, other major constitutional reforms have been accomplished in the last 2 years. Besides the telecommunications reform, we also have an education and an energy reform. And basic space technology will become a key enabler for other sectors such as this. The Mexican government recognizes the importance of space, and that is why we're working together and supporting the Mexican Space Agency in many different projects. Capacity building for the development of basic space technology has become a priority for us. We will follow up the sessions of this event because we're very interested in topics such as the Latin American space sector development and technology development activities worldwide. We really hope that during this week you can achieve your objectives and that you find the discussions and the meetings to be productive. We wish you success. Thank you very much.
At this opportunity, I'd like to ask Dr. Javier Mendieta, Director General of the Mexican Space Agency, to address the audience.
Thank you very much, distinguished members of the panel, distinguished visitors from the international, national, and community of Baja California, Ensenada, and CICESE. It's a pleasure to be organizing this UN-Mexico Symposium on Basic Space Technology. That is the present edition of a series of symposia that have been held all over the world, in Austria, in Japan, and in the Arab Emirates in the past. The idea is to extend the reach to the regions of the world that are needing space technology for their societal needs and their economic developments. Now in Mexico, the main theme is the space accessible and affordable to all countries. And we expect to have, at the end of this meeting, to have been contributed to position our countries, developing countries, and particularly Latin American countries, as users and developers of space technology. Also, I am very happy to be holding this symposium in this wonderful city, which is one of the main scientific cities in Mexico, with a very interesting activities in many fields of sciences, many of them requiring the space for communications, for Earth observation, ocean, and atmosphere observation, and also for economic development. The aerospace cluster of this state is one of the main clusters in Mexico, with a very strong collaboration as a border city, as a border region with the United States of America and with the NAFTA agreement in North America. CICESE, our hosting institution, is a member of the CONACYT, the National Agency for Science and Technology, and also other institutions in Ensenada, like the University of Baja California, the National University of Mexico, with their facilities in astronomy, astrophysics, and also new biotechnology aspects are requiring the space for a very important concern in this region, which is our environment, the sea, the land, and the atmosphere. Mexico is changing. Now, our President, Enrique Peña Nieto, has passed very important and fundamental reforms in telecommunications, in energy, in education, and soon in agricultural development, that all of them will require the space. Also, the Mexican government has emitted a very important signal. The budget for this year's expenditure in research and development has increased in a without precedent way in the history of Mexico. And also the Ministry of Communications and Transportation is taking very ambitious and long-term projects in road infrastructure, airport infrastructure, and of course in space infrastructure, following our national development plan and fostering our aerospace industry. The role of our Mexican Space Agency is putting together the Mexican talent that is present in universities, research centers, in the private sector, and also in the industry, and many Mexicans living abroad, particularly in US, Canada, Europe, and other countries, in order to put together a positioning as a peer-to-peer conversation with developed countries, and also invoking our responsibility towards the Latin American and Caribbean countries. In a two-way, tackling the societal needs that are vast for our countries, connectivity, digital divide, natural disaster management, environment, at the same time as we develop and build capacities. Our common future, the space for the societal needs that are enormous, the space for our economic development, those two rationals, two dominants must run together, and also position our countries and open the doors to participation in the largest projects of mankind, of humankind in the space agency. But the more important is the inspiration, the space capacity of inspire the new generations of young people. Then we are very happy to be participating in this idea, making the space accessible and affordable to all countries. I only thank all the participants, of course, to United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs for the trust and confidence in Mexico. Second, to the people from CICESE, the people from the city of Ensenada and the state of Baja California for their collaboration in putting together this meeting. Of course, I thank a lot all the sponsors that have been supporting this meeting, and of course all our people from CICESE, Mexican Space Agency, CONACYT, and the local government for organizing this event that I estimate that will be wonderful and readable for all us. Thank you very much for your presence.
Let us welcome now Mr. Werner Borlaug, our guest of honor, who is a representative of the United Nations for Outer Space Affairs. Please.
So good morning, everyone, dear distinguished guests and participants. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you on behalf of the United Nations and its Office for Outer Space Affairs to the United Nations Mexico Symposium on Basic Space Technology, making space technology accessible and affordable. The symposium is part of the 2014 activities of the United Nations Programme on Space Applications and is endorsed by the United Nations General Assembly in its resolution 6875. It is co-organized by the United Nations, the Center for Scientific Research and Higher Education, CICESE, and the Mexican Space Agency on behalf of the government of Mexico. I would like to convey to you the best wishes for a successful symposium from the Director of the Office for Outer Space Affairs, Ms. Simonetta Di Pippo, and from the United Nations expert on space applications, Mr. Takao Doi. Due to the presently ongoing discussions on the work of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space at the United Nations General Assembly session in New York, they are unfortunately not able to join us here in Ensenada today. Now, I would like to give you some brief background information on the link of the present symposium with the work of the United Nations. Article 1 of the Outer Space Treaty, which entered into force in 1967, states that the exploration and use of outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, shall be carried out for the benefit and in the interest of all countries, irrespective of the degree of economic or social development. In this spirit, and with the aim to bring the benefits of space activities to all humankind, the member states of the United Nations established in 1971 the United Nations Programme on Space Applications. For a long time, the program exclusively focused on the applications of space technology, such as those in the field of Earth observations, satellite communications, and satellite-based navigation, location, and positioning services. The actual development of space technology was considered to be out of reach for most nations, and only a few highly industrialized countries had the ability to develop satellites and to launch them into outer space. However, this situation has been changing, and today an ever-increasing number of countries is actively engaging in space activities, including in the development of space technology, particularly in the field of small satellites. Small satellite developers from more than 35 countries are participating at the present symposium, and this is proof of the growing community of space technology developers. In 2009, taking account of these developments, the Office for Outer Space Affairs launched the Basic Space Technology Initiative, or in short, BSTI, under the framework of the United Nations Programme on Space Applications. We started out with 3 symposiums on the theme Small Satellite Programs for Sustainable Development, supported and hosted by the government of Austria and held in Graz, Austria from 2009 to 2011. At these symposiums, we addressed basic issues and questions related to capacity building in space technology development. One of the many recommendations from the participants at these symposiums was a request to the United Nations to organize international symposiums on basic space technology development to address the specific opportunities and challenges for space technology development in the regions that correspond to the United Nations Economic Commissions for Africa, Asia and the Pacific, Latin America and the Caribbean, and Western Asia. So consequently, we organized in 2012 a symposium hosted by the government of Japan, held in Nagoya, focusing on the Asia-Pacific region, and in 2013, a symposium hosted by the government of the United Arab Emirates, focusing on the Western Asia region. This year's symposium will, in addition to considering several other topics, focus on the status of space technology development in the Latin American and Caribbean region. In this context, I would also like to recall the important link to existing regional cooperation frameworks, in particular to the Space Conference of the Americas, the last of which was held in Pachuca, Mexico in November 2010. There are many motivations for countries and organizations to engage in small satellite development activities. For example, some of you may be building satellites to provide exciting hands-on training opportunities for your students. Some others may pursue specific science or application missions that can be realized most cost efficiently with small satellites. And for others, such activities may be the starting point for the country's space program, possibly aiming to develop larger and more complex and capable space capabilities in the future. I still remember when in 2011, Mr. Mendieta joined us in Graz for the UN Austria Symposium on Small Satellite Programs for Sustainable Development. Little did we know at that time that only a few months later he would become the first director of the Mexican Space Agency, and today we would be gathering here in Ensenada to discuss the role of basic space technology development. So whatever your motivations are to engage in small satellite activities, I believe that it's fair to say that we all share a common goal, and that is to contribute to human development for using space and exploring outer space. The Office for Outer Space Affairs, with the help of an international program committee, has put together the program of this symposium with the aim to consider the latest trends in the field of basic space technology development. The discussions in the coming 4 days will cover a wide field of topics: regional and international cooperation, capacity building, small satellites for Earth observations and disaster management, engineering education, education curricula, regulatory and legal issues, space technologies for early warning systems, and small satellite development examples and lessons learned from all over the world. We will use the last day of the symposium to discuss and review the observations and recommendations made throughout the meeting. These will be reflected in an official United Nations General Assembly report that will be drafted following this symposium, and that will be transferred to all member states of the United Nations during the forthcoming session of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space in February 2015. In closing, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our hosts, CICESE and the Mexican Space Agency, and their staff for the excellent arrangements and cooperation. And I would also like to thank our co-sponsors, the Autonomous University of Baja California, Axon, CONACYT, Honeywell, Mexico's Transport and Communications Ministry, the State of Baja California, and the United Kingdom Department of Trade and Investment, who have made it possible to organize these symposiums. Finally, I would like to thank all of you, the participants in this symposium. We hope that the symposium will provide a productive environment for your discussions and opportunities to meet old and new friends, and most importantly, that your participation will be useful for implementing your own space technology development activities. I wish you all the best for your stay in Ensenada in the coming days, and I'm very much looking forward to meeting and talking with each of you and to the outcome of your discussions. Thank you very much.
I would like to acknowledge and welcome Mr. Vladimir Hernandez, representative of our state governor, Francisco Vega Marin. Welcome. I would also like to welcome Colonel Manuel Rodriguez, who is a representative of the military zone here in Ensenada. And I respectfully request our mayor of Ensenada, Professor Gustavo Irata, to open officially this symposium.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a todos. Stand up, please, for inauguration. A nombre del 21º Ayuntamiento de Ensenada, inauguramos la 6ª edición del Simposio sobre Tecnología Espacial Aeroespacial Básica, Making Space Technology Accessible and Affordable. Thank you very much. Welcome to Ensenada. Bienvenidos todos. Felicidades.
Thank you very much. We will have a recess, small recess, before we start preparing our symposium details. Thank you.
Sí, ahora sí, 2, 3, 2, 3, sí.
are they going to do a... Yeah, because I think I need to change the... So let's try that, just 1 minute. Yeah. Okay. And in fact, if we put that... Yeah, no, don't worry. I just want to say a few words, so I'll try to think of something. Because otherwise it gets to people aren't interested. So I think we're going to say that finding small satellites will fill up like this. I think that's all we'll do. Otherwise, okay, so as soon as they have a problem, is this your first time in it is, yeah. It's my second time in Mexico. No, absolutely, but we will do it afterwards because I've already. So yeah, I'll because otherwise we have to shut it down.
No, I think probably after we finish
Aquí está la contraseña. Aquí van a poner todas las presentaciones. ¿Ahí están los cuales? Ah, perfecto. Entonces, pues... dice simposio. Cualquier cosa te voy a mandar a las personas y te van a decir bien simposio. Sí, nada más había... ¿Dónde está la chica ahorita? Ah, ahí está. Entonces le voy a decir que venga para acá. Ah, ok. Sí, todavía vamos a ver. Ah, ok, sí. Lo de eso de compartir la información ahorita vamos a checarlo, pero sí vamos a ver.
Sí, 2, 3, 2, 3.
Este es para las preguntas.
Bueno.
Entonces se quiere mover, se va a dejar ahí, ¿no?
Exclusivo para el ponente si quiere entrar sala, digo, por todo ahí.
Please have your seats. We're starting now. Thank you.
will start the proceedings of our symposium promptly, so we will request you to take your seats. ¿Sabes qué? ¿Por qué no cerramos la cortina? I'd like to invite the audience to take their seats. We're going to start with our keynote presentation. Excellent. So we have at this opportunity the honor and privilege to have with us Sir Martin Sweeting, who is visiting us from the United Kingdom, and he's going to be our keynote speaker, and it is really a privilege to have Sir Martin with us. He is one of the relevant figures in the space technology ecosystem, and I'd like to read a resume of his great accomplishments. Sir Martin pioneered rapid response, low-cost, and highly capable small satellites utilizing modern terrestrial COTS devices to change the economics of space, which is the title of his presentation. In 1985, he formed a spin-off university company, SSTL, which has now designed, built, launched, and operated in orbit 40 nano, micro, and mini satellites, including the International Disaster Monitoring Constellation, DMC, and Giove-A, the first Galileo navigation satellite for the space agency, the European Space Agency. As director of the Surrey Space Center and a distinguished professor at the University of Surrey, Sir Martin leads a team of 90 faculty and doctoral researchers investigating advanced small satellite concepts and techniques, acting as the research laboratory for SSTL, real academic commercial synergy. Sir Martin has been appointed OBE and knighted by H.M. the Queen, elected Fellow of the Royal Society and a Fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering, and most recently has received the prestigious von Karman Wings Award from Caltech JPL. He's a member of the UK Space Leadership Council. Let us give an applause to Sir Martin, please.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very great pleasure and honor to talk to you this morning. It is indeed my second visit to Mexico this year, so it's a delight to be back, although it is my first visit to this region, so I am also learning. This morning, I'm going to give you an overview of activities in small satellites, primarily using the UK as a case study. So the topic is changing the economics of space. Now, space is really now part of our everyday lives. The use of space is expanding, and it has become an essential infrastructure for our national economies, our well-being and security, and of course it contributes to the international efforts on the environment and climate. So we're very familiar with space in providing us with communications, in providing us with timing and position information, and for assisting with optimizing agriculture, and of course, from time to time, helping us both monitor and mitigate the effects of natural and man-made disasters. So space now is deeply embedded in our daily lives from many aspects. And of course, many of the population don't realize how dependent we are on space and how they use it in their everyday lives. Now, of course, we go back to the beginning of the space age with the launch of Sputnik, but actually the technology that support space, and particularly small satellites, which is the topic of my talk this morning, started even before that. Back in 1950, Alan Turing, who was one of the designers of the first electronic computers, speculated that by the end of the century, by the year 2000, computers might have 1 billion words of memory. Now, this was considered quite fanciful at the time. And of course, just 15 years later, Gordon Moore, the co-founder of Intel, observed that the number of transistors on a chip was increasing at exponentially. So it was doubling every 2 years, and he coined the phrase, or the phrase was coined, Moore's Law. Really, it is not a law, it's more of an observation of the rapid advance of microelectronics. And so-called Moore's Law has continued and has held good over the following almost 50 years. If we project it forwards to the current day, and we have a look at the number of transistors that are mounted on a chip, then you'll see, and this is for the scientists among you, as a logarithmic scale on the left, and so it is a straight line to show the exponential growth of micro-miniaturization of microelectronics. And so Moore's Law has continued unabated over 50 years. But of course, it's not just the transistors that allow us to have increased computing power. Perhaps one of the biggest changes has also been in the number of transistors that we can mount that will supply us, or semiconductor gates that will allow us to have very large-scale memories. And this allows us to manipulate large quantities of data and to provide enormous quantities of storage. And it's very interesting to look. If you go back not so long into 1980, and you wanted to have 32 gigabytes of random access memory, it weighed approximately 2 tons, 2,000 kilograms, and it cost around about $1 million. And today, you can go down to the local shop, or you can buy via email the same 32 gigabytes, and it weighs 0.5 grams, and it costs around about $50. So this, I think, brings home the tremendous advance on microelectronics since the beginning of the space age. And part of this has been due to the fact that there's been a revolution in manufacturing processes. And this is a very quiet revolution, because the enormous commercial market for industrial and consumer electronics, whether it be laptops, players, mobile phones, mobile cameras, and so forth, this tremendous market has driven the requirement for very high volumes, for very low unit cost, and extremely high reliability. Because if you're going to manufacture 1 billion mobile phones, you cannot afford to have random failures. And so the attention that's been paid to manufacturing processes has resulted in dramatically reduced so-called random component failures. And so the consumer electronics, or commercial off-the-shelf electronics, microelectronics, has now actually become the new so-called high reliability components. These simply do not fail from a random point of view. Of course, you may have design-induced problems, but that's under your own control. And this revolution in the manufacturing processes to achieve this very high reliability has been fundamental in being able to change how we approach space. Because this is the basis of the small satellite revolution that's occurred over the last 35 years. It has been exploiting Moore's Law and this enormous commercial investments that have been made in microelectronics so that we can now build very capable, very small, and very reliable satellites which allow us to have a much more rapid response to space requirements. And all of this is based on the latest use, or the use of the latest commercial off-the-shelf, largely terrestrial technologies. Those technologies have been space. And we have seen that space missions have evolved from very large satellites, as you see on the left, and there's some men at the bottom to give you an idea of scale, to much smaller satellites at much lower cost and on much shorter time frames. Now, I add a word of caution here. Of course, for some applications, you will still need large satellites. The laws of physics always rule. If you need very large apertures, or you need very high power in order to provide television to direct-to-home TV circuits, of course you will need large satellites. But where those laws of physics do not constrain you, it is now possible to produce very small, very capable, and very low-cost satellites. And this has had a dramatic impact on the availability and access to space. Space is no longer just the preserve of the superpowers and the most technically advanced nations, as it was in the 1960s and perhaps 70s. The emergence of these small but capable and inexpensive satellites has put sophisticated space assets within the reach of almost every nation. And of course, the established space nations have been adopting small satellites and their applications to achieve greater flexibility and better value for money. But actually, interestingly, they have not been the quickest to adopt this new approach. In fact, developing countries and emerging economies have been the most agile to take advantage of this new development. And when I last looked, more than 62 countries have now built and had launched mainly small satellites. And so what we have seen in the last decade, and what I want to show you this morning, is that small satellite capabilities have moved rapidly from their very early days in the 1980s and 90s, where small satellites were considered very interesting but not particularly useful, now to being able to provide real operational capabilities and stimulating new business models. So the topic of this conference is making space technology accessible and affordable. And I thought what I could do is to share with you some of my experience using the University of Surrey and SSTL as a bit of a case study. And of course, everybody's environment is going to be slightly different, but I hope that you may be able to find some areas in the talk that you could draw parallels and perhaps apply to your own particular situation. So the University of Surrey started working in small satellites back in 1975. So if you have some good eyesight and you can look at the black and white pictures in the top right-hand corner, you'll see me at that time with a lot of hair. This is one of the problems of working with satellites. It seems to take a toll on your hairstyle, and also rather trendy clothes, but there we go. So it started in 1975, actually, as an amateur radio activity within the university of a group of students, which then gradually developed into the concept not just of tracking Soviet, like 100 academic researchers working in a wide range of space engineering and small satellite research techniques and training. And of course, the Space Center has it's a very multidisciplinary activity. It covers a very wide range of space and particularly small satellite projects. And I'm not going to list and look and discuss all of them here, but you can scan down them with your eyes and see there's everything from planetary environments to onboard computing to Earth observation, space weather, and space debris. And in 1985, after launching our first 2 satellites, we realized that if we wanted to have a sustainable satellite program at the university did not have the funds to support the continuous building of satellites. And the UK government at that time was actually just withdrawing from its national space program. And so we had to get on our own 2 feet, earn our own money in order to continue the small satellite activities that we had started. And so we formed a university spin-out company, just 4 people and £4. Well, no, it was 4 people and £100, so $150 in 1985, and started that as a company in order to be able to attract revenues, in order to be able to continue to fund and develop our satellites. And then the company grew. It was always profitable, very hard work. But eventually it outgrew the university because as we took on larger contracts. The university is not a financial institution, and so it was becoming very difficult for the university to accept the risk. Once you start talking about a $100 million program, the university doesn't have big financial reserves. If there's a need to satisfy customers' concerns, it doesn't have financial reserves. It can't just sell students. Don't get much for them. And therefore, it was necessary to be able to find a shareholder with stronger financial background. And so the shareholding ownership was transferred to Airbus in 2009 for about 75 million US dollars, which was the largest cash sale of a UK university company at that time. And since then, the company has grown to about 550 staff and has annual revenues of about $150 million. And the company focuses on small satellites for operational missions and services. But the key is the synergy between the academic research in the Surrey Space Centre and the commercial exploitation in the company. So research ideas in the Space Centre can be transferred across to the company, put into use and exploited to generate new business opportunities and revenues, which then go back in part to support the research. So this synergy between the academic research and commercial exploitation has been absolutely critical to the success of the combined operation. So what do we do? Well, SSTL is what is commonly called a vertically integrated capability. What this means is we can, if we wish, do everything in-house. Everything from mission definition and satellite design, manufacturing, assembly, integration, and test of the platforms, of the payloads, whether they be optical, navigation, radar, or communications, the ground systems, orbital operations, data services, and as I will talk later, training. And of course, it's necessary to be able to procure launches, insurance, and to manage the launch site operations. Now, we don't always do all of these for every project, because sometimes we are working with partners who would like to undertake some, to a greater or lesser extent, of these activities. But if we need to, we can. And what this provides us is very detailed knowledge of how each of these stages work. It allows us to keep the costs under control, and equally important, the timescales. And even if we are working with partners or sometimes subcontractors, we know how each of these particular elements can be done. And so if there is a dispute over the time or the cost, we have first-hand knowledge in being able to resolve it. So vertically integrated capability is particularly important to being able to have a successful program. Now, I mentioned that we focus on small satellites. So what is a small satellite? Well, at one end, it's extremely small, about the size of a loaf of bread, weighing a few kilos, a nanosatellite, through microsatellites in the sort of 50-kilo region, mini satellites in a few hundred of kilos, and then large, small satellites, particularly for geostationary applications, where you simply cannot provide services on a very tiny platform, and you end up with a geostationary satellite weighing maybe 2.5 tons, 2,500 kilos. Now that is actually very small for a geostationary spacecraft, but of course it's quite big when we compare it to a nanosatellite. But this is the range of activities that we are involved in. And as was mentioned in the introduction, over the last 33 years we have built and launched 43 satellites. This has been on 26 different launches on 10 different rockets. So we have a very wide experience of all these different launch agencies. And the operation of these satellites is particularly important because, as I will mention later, when we look at the new entrants into the satellite sector, most people think that the difficult bit is building the satellite. Actually, one of the most difficult bits is operating it in orbit afterwards, because you cannot see the satellite. It's flying, if it's in low Earth orbit, at 7 kilometers per second, initially probably over the equivalent of a rather noisy telephone line, and you've got to try and work out what it's doing and control it. And this is actually one of the most difficult parts of the whole project, and often overlooked by new entrants. And so over the time, we have now got something like 4.5 centuries of added satellite years of operational experience, and this feeds back into the design of the spacecraft in order that we can avoid potential problems or get the most performance out of a new satellite. We're pretty busy. We've got another 19 new satellites under construction and about 27 different payloads. Ever since our very first activities as SSTL, we have worked with a wide range of international partners. This has been both very important to us because it allows us to build satellites, but it's also added another very important dimension, that our partners also contribute. Each of them has made a contribution to our own knowledge. So each of these activities has been very much a partnership where we work together on the satellites. Our experience combined with the experience perhaps from very different sectors of our partners enables each mission to develop further than the previous one. And so you can see it's a very wide-ranging activity, not as much here in South America as some other continents, and hopefully we will be able to redress that in due course. Now, one of the most perhaps dramatic applications of small satellites has been in Earth observation, and particularly because the low individual cost of one satellite means that it's now practical and affordable to launch a constellation of 3, 4, 5, 6 satellites. And what that does is introduces a new dimension into Earth observation. So of course the satellites have optical telescopes on them. They may have multispectral filters, so we can look at different types of spatial resolution on the ground. We can monitor different spectral signatures from crops or from the deserts or from water. But the constellations introduce another dimension, and that's the temporal resolution. So we are now able not just to look at high resolution and high spectral signatures, we can now look regularly. And with the big satellites, of course, this was always technically possible, but the individual cost of each satellite meant that constellations became almost impossible to finance. So the change of financing and cost of satellites changed the technical capability. So we can now have rapid revisit, increased temporal resolution, and by putting different sensors on different satellites, either in formation or in constellations, we can have different types of data merged in a contemporaneous data format, and this yields new information. So this is makes a dramatic difference, of course, in communications, such as Iridium and Orbcomm, but particularly in Earth observation. And in 2003, a group of countries, Algeria, China, Nigeria, Turkey, UK, and Spain, got together and over the course of the 2003 to about 2008, launched a series of satellites which were working together. They were launched on 3 different launches. They were placed into orbit so that and then maneuvered so that they chased each other around in a constellation. And then the cameras on board the spacecraft were able to sweep out swaths across the surface of the Earth as it turned, and that allowed us to be able to image anywhere on the Earth's surface within a 24-hour period. The unique thing about this was it was, and it's very appropriate for this discussion, it was like a mini United Nations. Each country had its own satellite, contributed into the constellation, but was able to access data from the others. So the contribution of a single satellite enabled you to have access essentially to the capabilities of 5 or 6. So it was a very dramatic gearing of capability. And so the disaster monitoring constellation was formed, and the participants in the constellation were able to share and exchange data in order to be able to get access to a far greater capability than they had just by themselves. And as an example of what this could do, in medium resolution imaging at about 22 meters resolution, a single satellite pass looks like this over Australia. But then, of course, the other 4 or 5 satellites in the constellation pass over 20 minutes later or thereabouts. And in a single day, we are able to cover very large land masses, say taking Australia as example, at resolutions of about 22 meters, and the latest satellites have improved this down nearer to 10 meters. And what this allows us to do is now to look at rapidly changing phenomena. So different applications can be used. And this can be used to exploit a number of different activities. So for example, in this region here, it tends to be very cloudy over the Amazon basin, but we want to monitor illegal logging. We want to know what is the state of the Amazon rainforest, how much of it is being cut down by, and by when. But of course, if you have an optical satellite and it's cloudy, you can't see anything. So the only thing you can do by having a constellation is to revisit the region very regularly, and gradually, over the course of a month or two, you can build up essentially a largely cloud-free image of that region as you stitch together all the gaps between the clouds. And what that does is to allow us then to have a look at the state of the rainforest and to identify those areas where the rainforest has been logged. And in particular, if you look at the right-hand side, and for the non-remote sensing experts, red is green. The green of the trees is shown here in red to make it easier to distinguish between the areas which have been cut down, which are the whitish-grey areas. And so this allows us to then have a look at the extent to which the rainforest has been logged, and to identify those areas where there has been permits and those areas where there have not. And indeed, you can see even on this image where some illegal logging has been taking place, where they haven't been cutting down all the trees, because working with the resolutions of the satellite, if they cut down 1 in 3 trees, it still looks much the same from the satellite canopy. But as the satellite resolution improves, we are able to discriminate more and more as to what's going on. Of course, there are many other applications in terms of forestry, such as looking at the effects of forest fire and trying to ascertain the forest fire burn scars, and from that to be able to understand what the contribution to the carbon equation is in terms of the destruction of forests due to fire. And then, in a wider sense, using the disaster monitoring constellation, as its name suggests, primarily for supporting the monitoring and mitigation of natural and sometimes man-made disasters. And perhaps the best example of this was during the Indian Ocean tsunami. Here, the tsunami devastated a tremendous area around the coasts of India and Southeast Asia. And traditional satellites simply weren't able to provide adequate cover rapidly enough to be able to understand the extent of the damage and the extent of how to coordinate the responses. But the DMC, the Disaster Monitoring Constellation, was able to image this whole area within a couple of days of the tsunami, and to provide information which was turned into maps, and those maps were then distributed to the aid organizations or used to target high-resolution satellites to provide fine detail on some of the areas where some of the teams were hoping to go to provide aid. And this was an example of the power of a constellation to be able to provide a very rapid response. It's not just disasters, of course. There are disasters almost every week, unfortunately, but that occupies less than 5% of the capacity of this constellation. So the other 95% is used for a wide range of different topics, and some of this will be discussed tomorrow. But, for example, for providing precision farming. Here in the UK, using the satellites to study a particular field and to look at the health of the crops, and then to map that so that the farmer can distribute his nitrogen fertilizer most effectively. This, first of all, makes sure that the crop gets the right amount in the right place, saves the farmer money, and also, importantly, minimizes nitrogen poisoning and pollution. And so the use of the satellites is critical for this. But the UK is a very cloudy place as well. And the growing seasons are very short. You need to image these areas within a window of at least 1 week. And it's quite possible for us to have cloud on a given day if a satellite was to fly over. So it's only by imaging every day we are able to provide essentially the coverage needed for that type of precision agriculture. But it's also used in urban planning. Here in a city in China, the local authorities had issued planning permits to build houses and so forth. They wanted to check that these planning permits had actually been used for building houses rather than perhaps golf courses. And so as these urban areas expand very rapidly, it's important to be able to image at high resolution on a weekly basis to be able to see how the planning permissions are being used, what the effects on the biodiversity and the surrounding environment and ecology. And so small satellites, and this satellite is about the size of this podium, were used to provide that sort of information. And then as we move into slightly higher resolution spacecraft, here you can see the satellite, which was carried out in conjunction with our partners in Nigeria, providing high resolution black and white panchromatic data here over Dubai, multispectral data over New York. Again, red, if you remember here, is essentially green, so wherever you see red, you can see that's essentially trees or grass. And to give you an idea of the sort of resolutions that are capable on these small satellites, here is an image of the airports. Airports are always very good because airplanes are very distinctive and very easily delineated targets, and so they're very useful for being able to assess the performance of Earth observation satellites. And if you have good eyesight, you can just about make out and count the number of engines on the 747s on the runway. Now, this type of capability, available in the last few years, 15 years ago, would only have been really available in the classified and military areas. So you can see how rapidly the world is changing. And then the next generation of these small satellites, and small is becoming relative here because this is a satellite which is about 400 kilos, can provide not just higher resolution with about 1 meter's ground sample distance, but also stimulating a new business model. Earth observation business models have been based on the traditional and conventional approach of somebody owns a satellite and they use that to collect data, and then they sell the data through distributors on the open market or use it for their own national use. Here, we've developed a new business model which follows or emulates very much the business model used in geostationary communications, where most telecommunications operators do not necessarily own their own satellite. What they do is they rent time on a transponder. So they essentially rent megahertz per hour, and then when they run their service and when they don't want it, they hand it back, and then it goes off to another service provider. And so we're emulating that in Earth observation. So the satellites will be launched, and then it is possible for customers to lease the capacity on board the satellite to the extent that they need it. Now, we are building 4 satellites. The capacity of the first 3 has already been leased to a customer in China, and the 4th one is also going to be made available. So this is not just changing the technology, but also changing the business model that goes alongside it. So this latest satellite, which will be launched early next year, is about 2.4 meters tall, so it's quite a big small satellite, weighs 450 kilos. And in fact, if you look at the imaging telescope on the right, the black thing, I could actually crawl inside and go to sleep inside it. So this is quite a big optical telescope, and starts to require very sophisticated control and communication systems to be able to make the most of its capabilities. Here you can see it being assembled in our clean rooms, undergoing vibration in preparation for launch. But optical satellites have one drawback, as I've already indicated. They cannot see at night, and they also, of course, are obscured by cloud. And the way to resolve this is to use active imaging, i.e. radar, where the satellite sends out a pulse. It doesn't just rely on reflected sunlight, it sends out a radio pulse, and then we receive and analyze the reflected radio signal in order to understand the nature of the surface of which it was reflected. Now, radar satellites are not new, but they are generally extremely expensive compared to optical satellites. The technology is much more complex, the power requirements are far higher, and the data processing requirements are far more hungry. So we are developing a correspondingly small radar satellite to emulate the work that we've done on the optical satellites, which has roughly reduce the cost of a conventional optical satellite by somewhere around about 5 to 10 times. We want to do the same for radar, so that a radar system which might typically cost several $100 million can be produced for more like $50 million. And this will again make constellations of radar satellites more practical, because the capital expenditure investment in it becomes more manageable. And the first of these systems, which is being funded partly by the UK government, will focus on maritime surveillance, because this is an issue that's particularly worrying at present, deforestation to add to the optical data, and flood monitoring. And this, if you look at the bottom, the radar satellite on the top, take an image or very wide area image, and on the bottom you can see what the radar data would look like. Now this is the radar payload that we have already built, flown on an aircraft, and then compensated for the fact that it's nearer to the Earth. But it shows that you will start to see very different features from the optical. And when you can combine the optical and the radar together, you then start to have an extremely powerful tool. And so we are planning to have the optical DMC and the radar DMC alongside each other. And then based on that, further to go out into geostationary orbit to build small geostationary spacecraft. Now, the economics of geostationary satellites is one of scale. And so it's very difficult for a small satellite to be economically competitive on a dollars per megahertz per year basis. But if we can reduce the capital expenditure, then it is possible to use small geostationary satellites to fill specific needs, whether they be specific government needs, or the beginning of service, where you don't want to have a big satellite which is mostly empty whilst people take up the service, or indeed at the end of, once the service is established, and you want to augment it very rapidly with some additional capability. So we think that there's an opportunity for small geostationary satellites, which was something that 20 years ago would have been considered quite impractical. Now, this is not something that's just coming out of our heads as a dream. In 2006, we built a quite large small satellite weighing 600 kilos, which was the first of the Galileo navigation satellites for Europe. It was built in 30 months for 30 million euros, which was about 1/5 of the competitive industry costs, and launched on time and secured the frequencies for Galileo. And so we're now working with our partners in Germany, OHB, to build 22 of the full operational constellation of Galileo. The first 2 were launched in August. Unfortunately, the launcher didn't quite put the satellites into the right orbit, which was a great shame. So the satellites are working perfectly, but in the wrong orbit, but we hope to replace those by the end of this year. We have to produce one of these satellites and deliver them to ESA every 6 weeks. So this is quite a big challenge. This will form a constellation of 22 satellites in orbit in the next 5 or so years, and constitutes Europe's indigenous navigation and positioning system. At SSTL, we are building the payload. Our colleagues in Germany are building a platform. The payload is a very complex device because it relies on hydrogen masers for the very precise timing, which you then use to give you position and eventually use in your navsats in your car. So one of the keys that underpins all of this activity is innovation, taking new ideas, new technologies, and exploiting them to do better, either in a smaller box or with less money or more quickly. And that is the whole underlying ethos of small satellites. And the UK has recently, in the last few years, realized how important space is to its economy and well-being, and the government has taken a complete turnabout in its support for space. And part of this has been to support the UK Technology Demonstration Satellite #1. These missions, hopefully this is the first of a series, are used to be able to reduce the risk of new ideas and new technologies in orbit by taking them on a test mission to validate their concepts before they are employed on operational missions. And this, of course, reduces the risk for industry and for businesses in terms of developing new products. And the first satellite, which was launched a couple of months ago now, carried a whole range of new technologies and devices and products from different UK companies, universities, and even a schools experiment in order to be able to demonstrate these capabilities in orbit. So we currently have something like 19 satellites under construction for a wide range of folk from Russia, from Taiwan, from Kazakhstan, from Algeria, and for our service providing into China. So we've got a pretty busy time. But if we go back and look at the innovation, in 1998, we designed, built, and launched probably then was the most capable nanosatellite. Weighed just 3.5 kilos. It had onboard propulsion, onboard GPS, a machine vision system. It had high-speed data links and reasonable precision pointing. You can see it was a very tiny satellite, now very much of the same size of a CubeSat. And one of the first things it did was to image a Russian satellite in orbit. This generated some entertainment in Russia, and also, of course, in the US when we announced the pictures. And just so that you know, this really was taken from the satellite. In the top left-hand corner, you can see a white line. That is the antenna from the nanosatellite. But it also chased after a companion satellite that was launched at the same time, a small microsatellite. And the two graphs, or the graph that you see here, the blue plot over the course of several months is the track of the target satellite. The red line is the track of the nanosatellite, which then used its GPS and propulsion system autonomously to chase after and approach quite closely the target satellite. So this was in 1998. This is really quite a long time ago. And if we go back now, or fast forward to last year, we want to try and take this type of innovation forward. So now using the now almost standardized CubeSat approach, we launched the first smartphone satellite. This is perhaps the ultimate in COTS, commercial off-the-shelf component applications to space. A smartphone has almost everything that a satellite needs. It has communications, it has a camera, it knows which way it's pointing, it has GPS on board, and it has some quite sophisticated onboard computing power. And now you can, 64 gigabytes is not a big amount of memory. So we thought that the smartphone could provide us with that remarkable technology produced in billions. We could use as the brain or the central part of the avionics for nanosatellite. So a smartphone was adapted and put inside the satellite. Around it was put some more conventional electronics and avionics so we could compare the two. And it was launched on an Indian launcher roughly a year and a half ago. And experiments, this was a joint mission between the University Space Center and the Surrey Satellite Technology Limited, but with young engineers, most of whom had not built a satellite before. They were new graduates, researchers, and students who worked together to design and build and have this thing ready for launch in under a year. And of course, CubeSats are now all the rage, very fashionable. And if you look over the last decade, you can see that the numbers of satellites, CubeSats launched, is again approaching Moore's law, i.e. it is growing exponentially. So the total numbers of satellites launched, you can see in red. What is interesting, however, is if we look at the number of successful missions of these CubeSats, they have been actually rather disappointing. Something on average like only 50% of the CubeSats have actually worked as expected in orbit. And one of the reasons for this goes right back to what I said at the very beginning, and that is that a lot of newcomers have focused on building the satellite rather than learning how to operate a satellite before you build it, and then trying to learn how to operate the satellite once it's in orbit. And this means that it's a very difficult thing to do, and quite often the design of your satellite, if you haven't had that operational experience beforehand, may have some quite pathological failure mechanisms, which then reduce the life and the expectancy of the spacecraft. The good news is that actually this percentage is increasing, or rather the success rate is increasing, because a number of the newcomers now have had their first satellite, they've started to learn what it's like to operate them in orbit, and they've fed that information back into their design teams so that the next generation of satellites is more successful. So it's a very interesting observation. Now, of course, we're looking at even tinier satellites. There's a very famous crowdsourced PICO satellite, a satellite on a chip, essentially, or a satellite on a PCB, which then brings into the prospect the era of the personal satellite. However, of course, laws of physics still rule. The amount of power that such a small satellite can generate, the amount of power that it can use to transmit, and the type of sensor it can carry limits its application. But there are definitely some uses for even this tiniest type of spacecraft. But if we have a look at perhaps going to the future for a moment, and where do these nanosatellites take us? Because we can get around the laws of physics in a different way. One of the problems that's facing the next generation of space telescopes is the Hubble is a very big telescope. The James Webb telescope, to be launched, is probably the largest single device that could realistically be launched on a launcher, on a rocket. What do we do next when we want a bigger telescope? Well, the proposal, and this is a project that's worked between Caltech, JPL, and Surrey Space Centre and SSTL, is to use the technologies of small satellites, and that's either nano to micro-sized spacecraft, and to launch these and then assemble large imaging mirror assemblies in orbit. So we can then, just like you do with Lego, you can just, the children's building blocks, we can launch individual small satellites, which we can do quite easily, and then maneuver them into orbit and assemble them robotically into a much larger sensor. Now, this sounds easy. I have to say, it is extremely difficult. Because not least of all have we got to maneuver the spacecraft and connect them. They've got to be connected in a way which preserves the phase fronts, or where we can calculate the phase fronts for the sensors, and that means we will need adaptive optics. It is a very complicated process. But this is one way in which we can, I say, overcome the limitations of the laws of physics on small satellites by using in-orbit robotic assembly. And of course, it has the other advantage that we can actually then disassemble the satellites and put them together in different patterns. And this would allow us to optimize for, say, shall we say, resolution by having a sparse area array, or by optimizing for signal to noise by having a less sparse type array. So this is some of the areas which we see as just one example of how tiny nanosatellites can provide a capability far greater than their individual capacity. I mentioned that we work internationally, and part of our ethos at Surrey, both in the Space Centre and SSTL, has been to share the experience we have with those partners that are developing their own national space capabilities. And we've worked with some 18 different international organizations with training programs. And in fact, these are not just formed space agencies. Some 6 space agencies around the world have worked with us, and then their engineers have gone back out to form those new agencies. But it's also created at least 3 spin-out companies. So not just SSTL, but from the partners that we've worked with on programs which have run on a partnership mostly lasting for decades, has provided an input to stimulate space agencies, but also new businesses. So we run, I think it's about 18 different, very widely different countries and different organizations over the last 30 years. And this has been a very, very rewarding partnership, because each of these programs doesn't just last for 2 or 3 years. In many cases, they've lasted for 15 or 18 years on several different missions, where we have created both the personal links, the technological understanding, the cultural understandings, to be able to work together to achieve more than either of us could do individually. And this has been one of the most rewarding parts of our type of business, and also, I hope, helped stimulate activities in those countries wishing to take their first steps into space. So I've tried to give you a picture of a sort of case study of what we have experienced in the UK at Surrey, the sort of things that are now possible with small satellites, the international partnerships and working relationships that have developed and have been very important for this. And if you looked down that previous list, you can see a number of those countries who have worked with us in the past have now got their own thriving space agencies, space activities, and perhaps most important of all, providing career opportunities for young people who want to be active in space and want to stay in their own country to do so. So in conclusion, a few observations. Space is an essential part of the infrastructure of any modern society, whether already developed, developing, or even thinking about developing. Space is absolutely fundamental and is embedded in the infrastructure. Small satellites enable developing economies to gain direct and affordable, this is important, affordable access to space to benefit their citizens. There are many calls on budgets. You need roads, we need healthcare, you need education. Space plays a role in almost all of those parts, but if it's too expensive, it's out of balance. Priorities mean that we have to have economic priorities, and therefore small satellites can start to play a role in that. We were having a discussion a little bit earlier today about how do you compare investing in space compared to investing in roads. And it would be very interesting to find out, but I suspect that one of these capable small satellites, which can be used for urban planning, for agriculture, for disaster monitoring, probably equates to only a few kilometers of highway. So when you start to put this into perspective, and you can use other examples, both in the military and other civil areas, we can start to see that small satellites really do enable affordable access to space for emerging economies where there are many pressures on their budgets. Space also provides a focus for high technology local industry and stimulates new businesses. We have seen examples of this whereby having a space agency, having a space activity starts to create around them a cluster of new businesses and in many cases completely new ideas. It's an inspiration for and a goal for young people, and it means that if in a developing economy there is a high technology challenge, it will attract the brightest and the best into that, and if there is a long-term program where they see a career structure running 10 or 20, 30 years ahead, they will stay at home and work in that environment rather than gain their skills and go overseas. And of course, even if they don't stay in the space sector, the skills they develop will be valuable in the finance sector, in the management sector, and of course in education and elsewhere. But long-term planning and partnership is really essential for capacity building. These programs are decadal, not just even 1 decade. They are long-term roadmaps of 2-3 decades, partnerships that run for at least a decade. And of course, these partnerships must be win-win. It mustn't just be developing countries buying services from developed countries and that's it. There must be a deeper relationship where the intellectual exchanges are counterbalance in some cases the financial exchanges. And finally, it's not easy. It really is not easy. Trying to make partnerships that work in this way requires a lot of effort, continuous communication, and real dedication. But it is actually really worth it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Martin, for your excellent presentation. And I think we have now some time for questions or comments. And if we happen to have some Spanish speakers that would like to have some support, we can have our staff ready to help you to pose your question. So if somebody wants to pose a question, somebody has a, Carlos?
Excellent presentation. My name is Carlos Duarte. I'm the head of education at the Mexican Space Agency. My question is regarding the opportunities for students to have internships at your company in satellite development.
Yeah, the short answer is just yes. However, we have a finite capacity for that. So we have a series of interns who come each year. But as I say, there's rather a large application list, and we can only take a finite number. So we have a combination of interns that come for relatively short periods of time, months or maybe half a year. And then we have teams which are working as part of a program where they may, currently we have a team from Kazakhstan, for example, who will spend maybe 12 to 15 months with us. So the answer is yes, but within limits. Yes, sir.
Present themselves.
Yeah, if you can just say who you are.
Hi, I am Otávio Durão from INPE in Brazil. We are working in CubeSat and trying to make it larger, and trying also to create an industry in the country with foreign partners. But I see, for instance, using your example, that you go up to 400 kilogram satellites, 250 kilograms, a few $100 million, or tens of millions of dollars. My question is, where is the break-even you think can be used for forecast an industry like that? Do you think it is possible very small companies, very small satellites up to 20, 50 kilograms to sustain?
It's a very interesting question. And in fact, with a colleague of mine, a former student of mine who's in the US Air Force, we prepared a paper at the recent Small Satellite Conference in Utah, which is, what is the right size of small satellite? And it was trying to answer in a quantitative way, and I have to say not terribly successfully, is there an optimum size for small satellites? Bearing in mind, if they're very small, they don't have much power and they can't carry much payload and they don't have much aperture. If they're very large, then they're more expensive to launch and more expensive to build. And we came to the conclusion very approximately that the optimum point is somewhere between about 25 and 50 kilos. Because, and of course, it's not just mass, it's also volume. And so, the sort of size, which is like this, you can put your arms around, so a little bit like maybe half the size of this podium, and about 50 kilos, seems to have the optimum combination of the amount of room to put payloads, generating enough power to be able to use them effectively and efficiently, and to keep the cost, and particularly the launch cost, reasonable. When we looked at the bigger satellites, not talking about the very big ones, but if you talk about the 400 kilo satellites, those of course are much more expensive than a CubeSat, but again we're talking of figures which are in the mid-teens of millions of UK pounds. So they're not in the hundreds of millions by any means. But of course that is still quite a lot for a university or a small company. So somewhere in that region of 20 to 50 seems to be the right point. But this paper, I say, it was very interesting. It stimulated a lot of debate, and we're now going to rewrite it and try and put in more information and see if we can be more refined in that particular point. If you're interested in go to the Utah publications, you should find it there. Sir, with the microphone.
Thank you, Professor Martin Sweden, gave our very exciting presentations. I come from Beihang. I have noticed that you introduced for university, we are leading a student project team. Student project team for university microsatellite, and we can you tell us how to find the suitable partner. You know, in China, there are also some private company would like to support the university for microsatellite. But when they express they want to support us, they also give our a lot of requirements. So can you give us some suggestions? Thank you.
I certainly recognize that problem. There's not an easy or simple solution. It really does depend on finding the right sort of partner to work with. And it may not be the first, the second, the third, or even the 10th partner that you talk to, because you have to have, the partner needs to have the appropriate resources to help you, money and anything else, but they also have to have realistic expectations. And quite often, as I think you might have found, the expectations and the amount of finance they're prepared to help are not, do not match. So it's not easy at all, and you have to be really, really careful, because the worst thing you can do is to find a partner who has expectations which are beyond what you can realistically deliver, just simply because of either the size of team or the amount of resource available. We have worked, obviously I know Beihang and also Tsinghua Daxue on Tsinghua Wan. So we have worked in China a bit as well. But this is the same everywhere. And if you have a business partner, you need to be very, very clear right at the beginning what it is you can realistically do, and not sort of be in some way seduced into working with them because they have some resources to help you do stuff, but actually their expectations are unrealistic, and then they become unhappy, and then the relationship is not very nice. So be very frank right at the beginning, and if the partner that you're talking to doesn't understand that, go and look for another one. But there's no magic solution, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Any last question? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Ed Yarbrough with Honeywell. You were seeing the small satellites and nanosatellites edging into the missions or taking the missions that have traditionally been the areas of large satellites, COM and EO and precision nav and things like that. With the ARREST program, you showed an example of where nano and small satellites can take on missions that the large ones can't do. I mean, where else do you see small satellites and nanosatellites taking missions that are essential and thereby create a niche in the satellite constellations that they can't be dislodged from and find their place into the sector?
If I knew that, then I would probably have a bigger business. But I think if you just look ahead seriously, it is very interesting, because there's a sort of a parallel in the computing industry. If you go back to certainly the 80s, you had large supercomputers, and then sort of mini computers are still pretty big. And then the microcomputer and the personal computer came along. And of course, yes, it did displace some of the roles of the larger computers, but it also created a whole new business which never existed before and could never have been done by the big machines. And still there is a requirement for the supercomputers, because for some applications, the microcomputers just don't do it. They're also, of course, the power of the microcomputers, when they are networked, the individual unit, it may be insignificant, but when properly networked, the combination can be more powerful, perhaps even than the largest single monster. So, there are different ways to pick this apart. And I think what we will see is that the applications will just shift. Some will still be there. For direct-to-home TV broadcasting to communications to very small terminals, you need a very large geostationary satellite. The laws of physics don't allow you to do it with a small satellite. For some other areas, like Earth observation, the technology does allow you, and the physics does allow you. And then if you look at the nanosatellites and, for example, CubeSats or picosats, The opportunities, I think, there will emerge in in-orbit inspection, for example, where you want to be able to monitor your satellite and see how it's either degrading or how various appendages are behaving. For some science, where you want to have dispersed, simultaneous measurements over a wide area, or perhaps even in planetary exploration. I think there's a role for small satellites in human exploration, because, for example, now we have discovered substantial amounts of water on the Moon and Mars. Eventually we're going to have human habitation on Mars. I think as a stepping stone, we're undoubtedly going to have sustained human habitation on the Moon at some point. All of these will require communications and support infrastructures, which I think small satellites, maybe not CubeSats, but smallish satellites, may be able to fulfill more effectively some of their larger counterparts. But it's really opening. If you look at the impact of the PC and smartphones and how those have created new applications and industries, I think we'll see more of that in due course. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. I think my time's run out and I'm going to be thrown off.
Thank you very much. And if somebody would like to have another question, maybe they consider to approach Sir Martin later on. But we will have a 10-minute coffee break, and then we will return to hear Dr. Javier Mendieta. Thank you.
Sí, bueno, sí. Bueno, sí.
Dijeron que checar la batería de esto porque cuando estaba hablando...
Ah, ok. No, la batería son nuevas. Yo creo que lo que pasó fue que le subieron mucha la ganancia Porque los otros hablaban muy bajito. Cuando habló muy fuerte se
Cierra
saturó.
conectando el audio porque creo que tenía audio.
Bueno, sí.
Aquí, este es el audio.
Sí.
Para ponérsela en la Mac.
Sí, bueno, sí. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sí, bueno, sí. Bueno. 1, 2, 1, 1. 1, 2, 1. Bueno, sí. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sí, bueno, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, prueba de audio, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sí, bueno, sí.
Este es un apuntador con un láser y voy a ahorita conectar esta USB para que... Sí, es el botoncito rojo, el de arriba.
Pues conectan el USB.
Este es el rojo.
Sí,
el rojo es el
lo voy
apuntador.
a pasar de aquí mejor. Yo voy a hablar aquí y aquí lo paso.
Correcto.
No se necesita eso.
Okay,
no
porque
se, en la
USB es
pantalla ya
para
no se presenta lo mismo
pasar
que
los
está presentando en el cañón.
Pero no le va a hacer nada.
O sea, sería constante. No, la presentación no lo hace.
Ya probé los videos.
Bueno, sí, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sí, bueno, sí. 1, 2.
Lo puedo mover más fácilmente y si se quiere mover, hay un micrófono y un lado de usted.
Sí.
¿Qué pasó, Enrique? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo te va? Me da gusto verte. ¿Cuándo vas a estar aquí toda la semana? Vamos a platicar.
¿Todo bien entonces?
Casi. Aquí, ¿qué pasó con la...? ¿Es el que bajaste del USB o era el tuyo?
¿Por qué?
Porque falta el otro video.
Bueno, sí. 1, 2, 1, 2. Bueno, sí, 1, 2, 1, 2. Bueno, señor. Bueno, sí, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, prueba de audio, 1, 2. Sí, bueno, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Bueno, 1, 1.
Solo bien bajito, los pies bajito.
Sí, bueno, sí, 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 sí. Sí, como no, sí, 2, 3, 2, 3, sí. Ey, sí, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, sí. Probando audio, sí. Sí, bueno, sí. Sí, bueno, sí. Bueno, bueno, sí. Sí. Sí, bueno, sí. Esta es prueba de audio, sí. Sí, como no, sí, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2, 3, sí. Ey, sí. Sí, bueno, sí. Sí, bueno, sí. Sí, bueno, sí.
I appreciate our participants to take their respective seats because we're going to start promptly the next session.
¿Qué tal, Javier?
¿Es esto? Vamos a ver si funciona.
A ver, sí, parece que sí, ¿no?
Yes.
Perfecto, excelente. Bueno, vamos a pedir eso ahí que Javi te cierre la cortina.
Sí, cuando ven que cierra la cortina,
Exacto,
ya se
exacto, sí, sí, sí.
nos están oyendo.
¿Cómo estuvo la sala de prensa?
Bien, yes.
Welcome to our next session. I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Francisco Javier Mendieta Jimenez, who is member of the National System of Researchers. He was Director General of CICESE and Principal Researcher at the Electronics and Telecommunications Department here in CICESE. He has extensive experience in fiber optics projects as well as projects in space research sponsored by the Mexican Ministry of Communications. And we have the honor to have him as the first director of the Mexican Space Agency. So, Dr. Mendieta, please.
Good morning, thank you very much. Welcome again to this symposium. I will present the Mexican and the Latin American perspective about the affordability and accessibility of space. 3 chapters, Mexico in space, number 2, Mexican space program, and finally the cooperation, Latin American cooperation. Mexico in space. Just to give you a rough idea of Mexico, we are in the uppermost northwestern corner of Mexico, just in the border with the US, 100 kilometers south of the border. We are 120 million Mexicans. We have 2 million square kilometers of land area, while 3.3 million square kilometers of economic zone in the ocean. We have 11,000 kilometers of coastline. We share with the US 3,200 kilometers border, and our GDP is $1.3 trillion. 1 trillion is 10 to the power 12. And we are economy number 14th in the world. Rough numbers. Mexican space sciences are quite well developed, as they are in many Latin American and developing countries. The academic, the scientific, the fundamental research, particularly by collaboration both with developed and developing countries. We have not only individuals, but groups and institutions very well positioned in astronomy, astrophysics, geophysics, of course in space communications, in Earth observation, ocean science, earth sciences, atmospheric science. CICESE, this institution, is an example of use of space for ocean, coastline, environmental, geological aspects. This peninsula has a geological history, very, very interesting. And of course, many things are made in the natural disaster management perspective. In Earth observation, we have groups and individuals in ocean science, both physical and biological, for study of current, circulation, waves, climate change, and also biological for fisheries, plankton, and pollution and other environmental concerns. Very important groups in meteorology using satellite information, geological and geophysical studies, natural resources. As I mentioned, this constitutional reform on energy will launch a series of applications of space information in hydrocarbons, aeolic, geophysical, and solar sources of energy. Using variety of sensors, Mexico has access to optical, infrared, altimetry, etc., from international satellites, or from public domain information, or from information we purchase in several Mexican agencies and institutions. In science, in basic science, we are quite well. Now in technology, we have still a long way to run, and that's where the international cooperation is crucial and is determinant. However, we have some initial activities in space technology, in launching small payloads in collaboration with NASA. This launch at the upper left is made from a place called Laguna Salada, which is not far away from this city, 250 kilometers in the desert. Below to the left, we have an experiment that we are developing with many other countries using NASA facilities for balloon testing, a payload that in the future will fly in a satellite, in an international collaboration. Upper right, we have the large millimeter telescope. It's a facility in a high mountain in inner Mexico at 4,600 meters altitude above sea level, and that's the largest millimeter wave telescope in the world, 50-meter diameter, to work in frequencies in the 250 gigahertz range. And it has been developed, constructed almost all with Mexican people and technology. And lower right, we have the Curiosity. You all know one of the experiments on board has a Mexican principal investigator related with laser ablation of Martian rocks, trying to find the products of possible bacterial fossil activities on Mars. Then we have started exploring technology, not only science. Also in the past, Mexico experienced a period of development of small rockets, both from solid fuel and liquid fuel in the 60s. Unfortunately, this institution was canceled in the 70s. But we managed to launch up to 40 kilometers high altitude, mostly for atmospheric sound and some photograph of the land. They were launched from the east coast and also from the desert in central Mexico. Then it was called the Mexican Commission for Outer Space, and you can see the models of the rockets in the Mexican Technology Museum in Mexico City. However, in 1980, Mexico purchased its own geostationary domestic satellite communication systems, and we purchased it from Hughes and launched by the space shuttle in the NASA. And we took advantage to provide some technology transfer, training. Even we flew several experiments on board the space shuttle made by Mexican people, Mexican researchers and students. We even had an astronaut, Dr. Rodolfo Neri, who is a very good friend of the Mexican Space Agency. After the lifetime of the Morelos, Mexico purchased the second domestic satellite system, which was called the Solidaridad, from the same company, but now launched by the European Space Agency. No more astronauts. But we started gaining technology transfer from European Space Agency to start develop our capacities in small satellite system with a project called SATEX-1, and together with other small satellites from the Mexican University of Mexico. One of them was successfully launched at the end of the 90s. In the 2000s, the Mexican satellites were privatized, and no more technology transfer was possible, but many groups that were formed in the previous adventures continued working. We are fortunate to have here some of the leaders from the National University of Mexico, the National Polytechnic Institute, from CICESE, other public universities, abording the technology of small satellites, CubeSats, nanosats, even picosats, and more recently, CanSats, in collaboration with other countries. Then there are a good amount of human capital in Mexico that knows generalities of small satellites, propulsion, solar cells, antennas, onboard computers, ground stations, navigation, and so on, and of course payloads, especially Earth observations. And the human capital is crucial for Mexico, and is the central activities, central goal of the Mexican Space Agency to provide the means to construct and develop and to enhance our human capital, together with collaboration with many institutions. I only mentioned some of them: San Jose State University, NASA Ames, in Japan, and others, and not only in space, but also in other activities like drones or unpiloted vehicles and balloons. this is what we have, our assets, our people, our institutions, our background. Now, the Mexican Space Agency is oriented to construct our space infrastructure. Of course, the space segment and the corresponding ground segments, as it is established already in our national development plan and in our national infrastructure plan that the present President of Mexico is following with a lot of commitment towards providing Mexico with space infrastructure with the same energy as the government is providing infrastructure in roads, railroads, airports, fiber optic cables, clean water, and of course other infrastructures. All of this is constructed about 5 government axes. This is general axis, and we find that the space has an important role in every government axis. Mexico in peace, because of the possibility of space of communicate the people in charge of the national security, observation from space, localization from space. Mexico inclusive is the broadband, is the digital divide concern that we are tackling using satellites, of course, in complementarity with ground wired on wireless systems. Quality education is the advantage of having teleeducation or education via satellite to many communities that are not possible to connect with other means. Mexico has about 120,000 communities that the only way is satellite. There are no other alternative, no fiber, no cable, no Wi-Fi, no WiMAX, no nothing. And that's a very important thing. Mexico prospers because of the space industry that can result from selecting several niches and developing using our manufacturing installed base, our software and information technology installed base, in a manner similar as the aeronautical sector, which is in this state one of the main and the highest level tasks in the cluster, aerospace cluster. And of course, Mexico with global responsibility, tackling global challenges like security, natural disasters, space debris, climate change, environmental issues, and of course, cybersecurity. The Mexican National Development Plan specifically includes 3 lines of actions related to space, and this is the highest law in the use of the money of the country. The first is an early warning system based on satellites, developing in Mexico, of course, in alliance with international partners, in view of our Latin American and Caribbean responsibility to observe and tackle the needs and the challenges and the demands of this region of the world. The second is developing with this capacity building, start to developing some niche in communication satellites, new orbits, new frequencies, new onboard equipment, and of course, new ground segment. And the third one is because the Mexican Space Agency is in the Mexican communication and transportation sector, the intensive use of space in the transportation, which is the GPS, the GNSS, and future navigation localization systems. Also in our national infrastructure plan, 2 specific lines. One is, of course, early warning system, and the other is starting developing launching capacities. That's new. That's just appeared in the new national infrastructure plan, and it's not only the vision of the agency, it's the vision of the Mexican user sector and the Mexican industry. Then we have to manage to start a program on propulsion and in the midterm, in the mean future, developing launching capacities from Mexico for small payloads. I will stop the animation. Other important issues, these constitutional reforms in telecommunications, in energy, in education, in agriculture will need absolutely necessary the space elements. And a new civil protection law that establishes that Mexico has to be prepared for astronomical objects, not only meteorites, asteroids, but also space weather or even space debris. And also our position in the Pacific Alliance with this Chile, Colombia, Peru, that they are already building and starting having their own Earth observation satellites, of course in alliance with developed countries. Then the priorities of the Mexican Space Agency are such that we have to balance the solution, the short-term solution to our needs, while building capacities for the future, development, technology, science, and of course industry. That's why we have a Mexican space program. It will be provided in a few weeks. It's already ready to be published in the official journal, which concerns 4 pillars. One is the space infrastructure. The second is the development of the space sector, as well as we already have are developing the aeronautical sector. And 3 and 4 are more enablers, capacity building and international positioning, both with Latin America, developing countries, United Nations, with other space agencies, and with international institutions dealing with space. For the moment, we are developing 2 nationwide projects, one early warning system with Earth observation satellites, and the other building capacity for our future communication satellites. This is just an animation of Earth observation satellites, not only the future satellites. This is in a time frame of 3 to 4 years to develop satellites for specific needs of Mexico. We're a tropical country. We have frequently cloud skies. We have to address disaster management as well as forest, coastal erosion, also ocean phenomena, forest fires, and the idea is to fill this niche, and of course interoperability with other satellites or information in the international community, and as this animation shows, our responsibility and our commitment with Central American, South American, and Caribbean countries. We are targeting, starting with 2 initial satellites, one high resolution and the other medium resolution for disaster surveillance, cartography, natural resources, statistical information for the high res, and the medium res, disaster, agriculture, biodiversity, natural resources, and climate change. The other nationwide project is building capacities for communication satellites. Here we are exploring how to position ourselves in the niche, in the current frequencies, extended C and extended Ku bands that the Mexican satellites are employing, or the L band for mobile and national security, but also exploring higher frequency, higher onboard processing capabilities, a better interconnection into the ground segment and the space segment, and of course trying to explore the possibility of having new orbits for communication in the constellation, given that Mexico and our partners in Central South America, population concentration is mainly in the tropical band. And of course, as I mentioned, extensive use of localization, navigation, and positioning satellites, particularly for the transportation segment, road, railroad, maritime, aerial, and of course for other applications, mainly software. The challenges, of course, is public funding. I have to accept that the Mexican Space Agency has, in a very important way, increasing the budget since the beginning. But we need more and more participation of the private sector in activities dealing with space. We are very happy to see that international companies established in Mexico making airplane, aeronautical parts. In their headquarters, they have not only airplane, but also space activities. And we have been talking to them, and they will be more than happy to start developing space parts, systems, subsystems in Mexico. Of course, interaction with academic and industry. CICESE, this institution, is an example not only of a very good academic, scientific, and formal basis, but also this profound interaction with the private sector and the governmental user sector. And of course, all of this has to be in the context of global, national, and regional challenges: climate, security, connectivity, disasters, and so on. Third chapter, Latin American perspective. Of course, we are making a lot of efforts in networking between academics and researchers among all the Latin American countries. We have to fund these opportunities, and of course we have managed to bring to Mexico the International Astronautical Congress in 2016. I mention this because that will be a very important milestone in our space program. This is one of the largest congress in the astronautical fields in the world. This year was in Toronto. They put together 4,000 specialists, and we're very happy to have won the host in Mexico in 2016 in Guadalajara, in a city in southern Mexico, and we are part of the profits will be given for grants for providing participation of Latin American researchers, students, and professionals. Mexico also has activities with United Nations in the long-term sustainability of space. We co-chair the expert group A. We participate in the legal and technical subcommittees. We are organizing this workshop, and we participate in a very important way in the UN SPIDER program for natural disaster management. We participate also with the International Academy of Astronautics in all their activities, but recently we have met in Bogota, Colombia, and Mexico proposes the establishment of a Latin American Alliance of Space Agency. We had the participation of 10 countries. We will have the second meeting this year, trying to provide the participation of more countries, and including also the Caribbean countries. We even have a Bogota Declaration. There are about 12 points in the declaration, but they are concentrated in this resume: the academic cooperation, access to the satellite data, information exchange on national programs, what our Mexican program has to be in comparison or in complementarity or in association with other Latin American countries. Find niche in the space infrastructure that our countries need to develop and to put together and to operate. And of course, human capital in capacity building. Finally, Mexico is a country with a big global responsibility, as our president has not only established but demonstrated for these 2 years of government. We are concerned by the environment, the global change, the digital divide, the security, the cybersecurity, the disasters, space debris and space weather. And we are tackling these challenges, but the only way is through international collaboration. Our vision, our National Space Program has the horizon of 2030, in which we expect to start making significant contribution to space science and technology, but based on human capital in the development of science and technology and our space industry in a manner not very different as we develop our aeronautical industry, based on two pillars, the planning and funding and the international affairs and security as a fundamental pillars to any program. But also, the developed countries had to be something, have to win something. There are no miracles. And we can, besides the great purchasing power of Mexico, we are number 14 in the world in economic product, but also we have a very important science technology community, and our country is growing the need for space applications in energy, in transportation, in connectivity, in global issues. But also the aerospace industry is growing. We have a population bonus where we have a lot of young population in Mexico. We have this new federal administration which is putting stress on the high technology for the development of our country. Of course, our geopolitical localization can be the door to the United States. This city is a witness of this very close relationships in the border zone, but also the door to the Latin American and Caribbean countries. We have more than 40 free trade agreements, and this space tourism that is very interesting, as Mexico is a touristic country. Finally, I will announce you that Mexico will be hosting the International Astronautical Congress 2016. You will be welcome to come to Guadalajara. It's in September 2016. It's a very interesting city. In Mexico is the largest venue in Latin America, and many surprises will be expecting you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now we have some time for some questions for Dr. Mendieta. Okay, there's one there.
Hi, my name is Sanjay. I'm with Centel Satellite Services in New York. And I'm wondering how private companies can work with Mexican space agencies, or are there any specific programs where small, medium private companies can cooperate and help each other?
Yes, regarding the private sector, this, as I mentioned, these reforms in the Mexican Constitution and the consequent federal laws allow the 100% investment in geostationary satellites for communication, which is a signal of Mexico to attract foreign investment. But the vision is not only attract the investment, but attract the technology, the transfer, the supply chain development in Mexico for system, subsystem components, and also start developing in Mexico this niche in the form of small and medium companies, or enhancing and fostering the existing ones. Mexico has a very good manufacturing heritage, both not only from the aeronautical sector, but also from the automotive sector, which is one of the pillars of the space. The other pillar is software, is the information technology for image processing, for using GPS for thousands of applications, and also for interaction between the ground segment and the space segment in communications. And considering that a lot of effort is placed on the content for education via satellite, telehealth, telemedicine, and e-government, and other, that even the more trivial thing, that Spanish content is very important to develop, and that will provide a new corpus of opportunities for small, medium, and even big companies, not only manufacturing, instrumentation, and also information technology approach. Then we are very happy, and that's not only the vision of the Mexican Space Agency. We have developed this Mexican space industry roadmap together with the space sector, the industrial space sector, with the user at the government, at the federal states. Mexico has 32 federal states which are autonomous, and also with the participation of the national security entities in their concept of protection of population against natural disasters and other phenomena. Then is a dual aspect. First, providing better facilities for foreign direct investment, and at the same time as providing the value chain to incorporate Mexican talent, Mexican companies, and participation of the different states of the country.
Hi, thanks for your conference, for your talk. Which are the expectations or the goals in the area of GNSS, and how can Latin America be involved in this with the Mexican Space Agency?
That's a very, very important question, because I mentioned the Bogota Declaration that we developed together with 10 other Latin American countries. And of course, we were concerned by natural disaster. And natural disaster require all the capabilities of space, which are roughly three: communication, opportune communication, almost real-time observation, and of course localization, navigation, and following via GPS or GNSS. And this integrated system will conform a unified use of space for tackling this challenge. This is an example for natural disaster management. But the developing of applications in GNSS and GPS is explosive in the international market, and many applications which are both global and address local needs are being already done in Mexico and in other countries. Mexico has invest a lot of effort from the Mexican Agency for Science and Technology, from the state of the country, to developing a very important information technology platforms. Not only companies, funding from federal and local governments, new university curricula for computer and intersection, computer communications software, and it has been given a very important result. And the applications we foresee in the GPS and GNSS are mostly oriented to applications, software, many of them using simply Spanish content.
We can have the last question. Go ahead.
So my name is Andrea Jaime from SGAC. I have a question. You mentioned that the Mexican Space Agency is mainly supported by the government itself. But what is the involvement of the space industry in Mexico? How many companies are really involved on space? And then the second question, which is related, will be, do you have any plans to involve more the industry into the Mexican Space Agency? For example, fostering more the type of business that we have, for example, at ESA or at NASA, that you have these contractor companies working with the space agencies, and therefore fostering a bit more the creation of new companies or startups, and if there is any support from the government on that sense. Thanks.
Yes, for the Mexican Ministry of Economy, the aerospace sector is one of the, not only one of the more recent sectors, but in some states, like Baja California state, it almost makes public policy for developing university curricula, training, providing land, providing tax benefits, and so on. And this is the manufacturing pillar, in which we have, in the aerospace sector, almost 300 companies employing 40,000 people in 18 states of the country. But that's the aerospace sector, but it's mostly aeronautical. I would say 95% aeronautical and only 5% space. But it's only the manufacturing. Besides that, we have the information technology. For example, all the companies that are providing internet via satellite or direct to home services, products, devices. And in this survey, we found that there are 500 companies in the information technology business related to space only, which is quite surprising in Mexico. Of course, they are not all of them are high-tech companies, not all of them develop R&D, but that's a very good starting. And the challenge and the interesting and the exciting thing is how to enhance these companies and provide the public funding, the means to insert more and more in the value chain, going from airplanes to satellites and rockets, going from manufacturing to R&D, and how to balance the hardware content with the software content in Mexico. And of course, how to involve the universities for all intellectual capital, seed money, and risk management vision for near-term and medium-term results.
Thank you, Dr. Mendieta. That was an excellent presentation. Well, we have the last presentation of this session, and I'll have the pleasure to invite Dr. Werner Balog for the presentation. Dr. Balog is a program officer in the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs in Vienna, Austria. Following several years of work with the Policy and Legal Affairs section of the office, he is presently in charge of activities related to capacity building in space technology development under the office's program on space applications. Prior to joining the United Nations, Werner worked for the Austrian Space Agency and for the European Organization for the Exploitation of Meteorological Satellites. He holds degrees in technical physics from the Vienna University of Technology, in space studies from the International Space University, and in international relations from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. Dr. Werner, please.
You can use, you can use this to move.
Just a laser.
Backwards.
Okay.
That's a pointer, and this is to go through the presentation, through the slides. Yeah.
Super, great. Sorry. I'll just the keyboard. Okay, so good morning everyone again. This presentation is an introduction presentation about the role of the UN in outer space activities, and also a review of the objectives of the symposium, so what we actually would like to achieve. I'm a little bit challenged here because we had originally 1 hour for this presentation and we have to finish in about 30 minutes, so I will try if this will be possible. But my presentation was to cover a short overview about the importance of space activities, the role of the UN with regards to space activities, the basic space technology initiative, and then the symposium objectives, some logistical issues, and closing remarks. In my presentations, I always like to go from the basics and then go to the more details. So I like to recall some aspects. I think everything one is doing should be important, and so these are just 2 slides to come back to the importance that space activities actually have for countries. And on these slides, I just have some possible applications of space technology and applications. And of course, you yourself are probably a user of many of those space technologies, things like satellite TV, positioning and navigation systems you have in your cars, on your iPhones, the weather forecasts that are getting more and more precise because we are using space-based data to make them more accurate. Global communications, we heard about global geostationary telecommunication satellites that basically have allowed globalization of the world, of the planet. Then space, of course, also results in a lot of technology development, and there are sometimes spin-offs into other sectors. And with Earth observation, we can really observe the planet, and we can find out about the state of the planet. And you may be aware there are these organizations like the Group on Earth Observations that are trying to coordinate Earth observation satellites worldwide to get a better picture about the situation of the planet. But we can not only look at Earth itself, we can also look outside into space. So we can do a lot of science with satellites, we can put telescopes into space, we can look back at the beginning of the universe, we can see the universe as it was 300,000 years after the Big Bang. That's this one picture here in the lower left corner. We can actually have telescopes now, so we know that there are other suns with planetary systems around, and one figure I heard sometimes this year is that the Kepler satellite showed us that there may be several tens of billions potentially habitable planets alone in our galaxy, so there's a lot out there in space to be explored. And of course we are conducting research in space, in a space environment, for example on the International Space Station, and we can do exploration by robotic and human systems. But these are just what I call the utilitarian aspects of space, so this is basically really the applications, the science and exploration. There are other criteria why countries decide to get involved with space activities, and of course there are always these strategic considerations, the dual use nature of space technology. There are economic aspects here, so some space technologies can be big business, and we see this in the satellite communication sector, partially in the navigation field, and more in the Earth observation field. But there's also political considerations. So space activities always demonstrate how capable your country is, and some countries use space activities as a criteria to show how what kind of power they have, what they are able to do compared maybe to other countries. And finally, there's also an existential reason to conduct space activities. It was mentioned, I think, on the slides in the previous presentations, this potential risk of near-Earth asteroids striking Earth. And of course, people have to think about this and see what can be done about it. But in the long run, of course, if you don't move off the planet, eventually there will be no humankind. So I would say space activities are the most essential thing that humankind has to be doing to assure its long-term sustainability. So that's another important aspect. And it was mentioned already that today's society is dependent really on space activities. But why is it that the UN is actually involved with outer space activities? And this was my favorite slide here. Of course, it all started with the beginning of the space age when Sputnik 1 was launched into outer space on 4th October 1957. And that's really interesting because already in the 19th century, many people thought about going into space, and also in the early 20th century. And there were many books written about what kind of benefits you could derive from those space activities. But no one really thought that it would actually happen so early. And so finally in 1957, you have a satellite in space, and people realized it can actually be done. And that raised a few questions. I mean, there was on one hand this anticipation that space activities will benefit all humankind. I mean, people realized that when you put a camera on a satellite, you could take very interesting pictures. You could use the satellites for global communications, for navigation. All those ideas were already known in the beginning of the 20th century. But the issue was, of course, how would all countries in the world, all people be able to benefit from space technology and applications? The other thing was that this 1950s was still the time of the Cold War, and there was this threat of extending the Cold War arms race into outer space. So there were concrete plans putting weapons of mass destruction into space, and how could this be prevented? And then another important question was what actually the laws and regulations for the conduct of outer space activities. You know, can you launch a satellite and fly over another country's territory? Can you take pictures from another country's territory? And is this okay? Is this compliant with international law? And so it was decided, luckily very early on, that these kind of questions should be discussed at the level of the United Nations. And in the UN, things usually happen through General Assembly resolutions, and so it was in 1958, during the 13th session of the General Assembly, that this resolution 1348 was passed. And with this resolution, the member states of the UN established an ad hoc committee on the peaceful uses of outer space, also known as COPWAS. And it was decided that this was to be the body for discussing international space cooperation. Only 1 year later, in 1959, with another General Assembly resolution 1472, that ad hoc committee became a permanent committee of the United Nations General Assembly, and it's still with us today. Actually, in 1961, the committee established two subcommittees. There's a scientific and technical subcommittee to discuss, obviously, scientific and technical issues, and there's a legal subcommittee to discuss legal issues. The committee started out with 18 member states. In the meantime, we have 76 member states, and every year about 1 to 3 new member states are joining the committee. It's not only member states who are represented there, we also have more than 30 organizations, governmental and non-governmental, with so-called permanent observer status that are somehow involved with space activities. What then happens is that the work of the committee is reported to the General Assembly. This is happening right now in New York for this year. And the General Assembly, where all the member states of the UN then come together to discuss international space cooperation, adopts an annual resolution which is titled International Cooperation in the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. So I know some delegates are here from the committee, and they will be very familiar with this schedule of the work of the committee. So the committee actually meets in Vienna, Austria, which is one of the 4 UN headquarters. And usually in February, we have 10 days of meetings for the scientific and technical subcommittee. Then in March, April, 10 days for the legal subcommittee. In June, 8 days for the main committee. And then October, November, all the discussions go to the General Assembly. Now, in support of the committee, member states decided that the UN Secretariat should set up a special office to support the committee, and that office was what eventually became the Office for Outer Space Affairs. And since 1993, it's also located in Vienna. We have about 25 staff members, so it's a relatively small office. But since a few years, we also have small offices in Bonn, Germany, and in Beijing, China, and they are involved with this UN SPIDER program. This is the program on space-based information for disaster management and emergency response. That's the simple organigram of our office. So we have a director from Italy, Ms. Simonetta Di Pippo, and our office consists of 2 sections. There's the Committee Policy and Legal Affairs section, and that section is basically dealing with legal and policy issues, for example, with the outer space treaties and these kind of things. Then we have the Space Applications section. And as you will see, the space applications section is implementing the United Nations Program on Space Applications and also UN SPIDER. On this slide, I show some of the activities of our office. So this is a typical meeting of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. You see all the delegates from the different countries here discussing all kinds of space issues. Let's say the committee. And then every 15 to 20 years, we have a major conference. It's called the Unispace Conference. It's the United Nations Conference on the Exploration and Peaceful Use of Outer Space. And we had one in 1968, another one in 1982, and the third one in 1999. And at these conferences, for the next 15 to 20 years, member states basically come up with a plan for what should be the focus of space activities. And of course, everyone is waiting if and when there might be a fourth Unispace conference. But our office is also taking care by working with the committee and all these legal issues. So today, actually, we have 5 outer space treaties, and the 5 outer space treaties address exactly this issue: what should be the laws and regulations on the basis of which space activities can be conducted. And the most important one is the Outer Space Treaty. And the Outer Space Treaty, for example, also says there should be no weapons of mass destruction in outer space. And that basically, at least at that time, addressed the issue of an arms race in outer space. Our office is also in charge for the UN Interagency Meeting on Outer Space Activities, which is now called simply UN Space. So actually the UN is a very complex body. You know, there's the UN Secretariat, but there are at least 30 other entities. For example, the Atomic Energy Agency, Drugs and Crime Office, Comprehensive Deathpan Treaty Organization, which is somehow related to the UN, the peacekeeping activities, the UNHCR, UN OCHA. And the UN itself is actually a large user of space technology and space applications. So there are about 30 UN entities that are using space in some way or another. And to coordinate this with an annual meeting, this UN Space, where we try to coordinate this kind of activities. Our office is then also in charge for the register of space objects. So when you launch a space object or satellite, and we'll hear more about this, I think, on Wednesday, you actually have to register it with the United Nations. And we keep a database where you can look up all the satellites, or most of the satellites ever launched into outer space. And then I've mentioned the program on space applications. Now, the program on space applications addressed this third issue that I mentioned. You know, how can we ensure that all countries in the world can benefit from space technology and applications? Because really in the 1950s, it was only the superpowers who could launch satellites and develop satellites. And so all the other countries were asking themselves, you know what, if we never develop these capabilities to have our own satellites, are we then dependent on the superpowers? And how can we still benefit from all these nice things that space can bring to humankind? And so in the 1970s, following a recommendation of the first Unispace conference, it was decided to establish this UN program on space applications, which was put into place to assist member states in actually making optimal use of space technology and applications. And the mandate for this program is to support international cooperation, to assist member states with capacity building in space technology and applications, to disseminate information. Of course, this was a time when there was no internet, and to provide technical advisory services upon request to member states and other UN entities. The way we implement this program today is that we have 3 initiatives. So we have a basic space science initiative where we consider scientific aspects. We just had recently a meeting in Austria in September this year on this PSSI. And then we have the basic space technology initiative that considers, among other things, small satellites. And this is where this symposium fits in. Then we also have a human space technology initiative, and that concerns research on the space station and human exploration. And there will be a meeting also here in Latin America, the Caribbean, in Costa Rica next year. So what we usually do is we organize a number of conferences and workshops every year upon invitation by member states. We have also established, in cooperation with member states, so-called regional centers for space science and technology education affiliated to the United Nations. And one of those centers is located here in Mexico, in Puebla. This is where future space experts can go to and get degrees in certain space application fields. And then we also conduct fellowship programs and training programs. So over the years, we have trained more than 20,000 experts. There have been more than 300 activities. Yeah, on this slide, you can see the location of these regional centers that I mentioned. And I have here a table with the activities in 2014 under the UN Program on Space Applications. And you can see here we have the UN Mexico Symposium. And then towards the end of the year, we still have a workshop on space law and another workshop on global navigation satellite system applications. So you see we cover a wide range of applications and technologies. And you can go to the website of our office and look up the activities. I think we will soon publish the schedule of activities for 2015. You can apply to participate in that, and sometimes we also have some funding support. So if you can make a good case, we can provide some funding assistance for you to attend these activities. Let me now go to the basic space technology initiative. So when we established the UN Program on Space Applications in the 1970s, the focus was really on applications, on Earth observations, satellite communications, navigation systems. Because at that time, it was really costly to build a satellite, or no one thought, it might not be necessary for so many countries to build their own satellites. So the focus was really on the applications. But as we've seen in the first keynote address today, this has really changed. So developing satellites has become much more affordable to the extent that today even university institutes can develop and build their own satellite and also bring them to launch into orbit. And this kind of development has taken place maybe for the last 20 to 30 years. And we have seen this small satellite development can have a number of benefits. First of all, small satellites, they're of course an affordable approach to establish a capacity for space technology development. So countries can really start up with this kind of activity. It requires limited infrastructure and development costs. This is also why it's affordable. You can use small satellite programs to train and educate engineers and project managers with transferable skills. So the people who build these small satellites, they may not necessarily build small satellites or satellites all their life. They may be going into other industry sectors. And they get really skills like systems engineering, like project management, that can be useful in other industries. Small satellite programs can help you to acquire technical capabilities that can have potential spin-offs to other industrial sectors. We've also seen several examples where this has resulted in the establishment of commercial businesses. They also offer opportunities for international space cooperation. So as a small country in the past, when you were not a developer, just a user, you had limited opportunities to engage in international cooperation. When you actually have a space technology development capability, you are being taken much more seriously as a partner for international cooperation. I think that's a nice aspect. But small satellite development can also be a stepping stone in developing and enhancing a country's space capacity. It may be that you never will build big satellites, but maybe you plan to purchase a big satellite. So when you develop small satellites, you will be much better aware about the technical capabilities, and you will have educated experts who can help you to purchase the best satellite if you want to do that. But some countries, of course, may want to move from the small satellite to larger satellites and to more sophisticated capabilities. And then finally, of course, you can actually have benefits from the actual operation and use of small satellites. So the first small satellites, maybe they were not so useful. They were a little bit like a Sputnik satellite. You could have some communication. You heard a beep from your satellite. But actually the small satellites, they are slowly really getting into application and science fields and deliver real operational applications. And that's also very nice. So this basic space technology initiative was launched around 2009. And with it, basically, we want to support those countries that are interested in building a capacity in space technology development, in particular in small satellite programs. Another aspect, but very important aspect, is also that there are legal and regulatory requirements if you conduct satellite activities. So as I mentioned, when you launch a satellite, you have to register it with the United Nations. You also may have to work with the International Telecommunications Union to allocate your frequency and make sure that you only use frequencies that are applicable to your mission. And that's something that many universities developing the satellites are not aware about. You know, we had situations where a university launched a satellite and suddenly the country realized that they were under obligation to register the satellite with the United Nations, but this actually did not happen. And so we want to assure that when you are a small satellite developer, that you are also aware about the regulatory and legal aspects and adhere to those things that are in place. We have a certain work program for the Basic Space Technology Initiative. That work program was put together with the help of people like you. So actually we had 3 symposiums in Graz, Austria between 2009 and 2011. And we consulted with the small satellite community or with the space technology development community to actually what should be the content of the work program for this PSTI. And basically we have these 4 components here, something what I call basic activities, then international space technology symposiums, development of a space technology education curriculum, and establishment of long-term fellowship programs. So these basic activities, they encompass these UN Austria ESA symposiums, and you can find all the documentation about these symposiums online on the website of the Office for Outer Space Affairs, all the presentations, all the documents, everything. And as you can see, we discussed quite some interesting topics. So in 2009, we discussed the role of small satellite programs for sustainable development. So what useful things can small satellite programs do, and is it actually worthwhile to engage in small satellite development activities? In 2010, we looked at payloads, so what can you actually put on a small satellite to do useful applications? And in 2011, we discussed the technical, managerial, regulatory, and legal issues. So there's a lot of useful, helpful information out there. We also work with member states to assist them in building capacity in space technology development. For example, we were at the 4th African Leadership Conference in Kenya in 2011, and we also had a special session during the 6th Space Conference of the Americas in Pachuca, Mexico in 2010. And then generally, you know, if you have any questions regarding registration of space objects, you can come to us, you can contact us, we can try to provide you we can provide you with all the information that's necessary for you. And we also work closely with the International Telecommunications Union on questions of frequency coordination. Now, one of the outcomes of the UN Austria ESA series of symposiums was that we shouldn't stay in Austria and have conferences in Austria about small satellites, but we should actually go into the world, into the different regions of the world, and there are the so-called United Nations Economic Commissions for Africa, Asia and the Pacific, Latin America and the Caribbean, and Western Asia. And we were asked to hold international symposiums in each of those regions. And this we started in 2012. And so in 2012 we had a UN Japan Nano-Satellite Symposium, which was held in Nagoya. And again, all the presentations, all the information related to the symposium is available online from the website of the Office for Outer Space Affairs. So that covered the Asia-Pacific region. And then last year, 2013, we went to the United Arab Emirates, and we had a symposium, a space technology symposium there for the Western Asia region. And of course, the present symposium is for Latin America and the Caribbean. And then hopefully next year we will go to Africa. The third part of the work program of the PSTI is the development of a technology education curriculum. I've mentioned the regional centers for space science and technology education, which are based all around the world. And an issue when we established the centers in the early 1990s was, how do you ensure a common standard of education in all those centers? So the idea then was to address this by developing so-called education curricula. And the first education curricula were in applications fields, so like remote sensing, satellite communication, satellite meteorology, and space science, for example. In the meantime, we have new curricula for space law and global navigation satellite systems. These curricula are very, very useful, and they are not only for the regional centers. For example, if in your university you want to establish a course, let's say on space law, you can take the space law education curriculum and you can use it to actually set up a course. For example, I know at the University of Vienna in Austria, we used exactly the UN education curriculum to start space law courses. And so right now, and we will hear more about this, I think it's also on Wednesday, about we are in the process of developing a space technology education curriculum or space engineering curriculum, and part of the work of our symposium will be to contribute to this development. So if you look into the program, there will be a special session on this issue. And finally, we have a fellowship program. So that's a fellowship program with Kyushu Institute of Technology in Japan. I think we will also have a special presentation on this topic. But every year, it's possible to send 4 PhD students and 2 master students to Japan, to Kita Kyushu, to participate in this course. And presently, we are accepting applications for the 2015 academic year. So if you are interested in doing a PhD or a master's program in the field of space engineering, you can still apply for this program until 12th January 2015. Now in the remaining 2 minutes, that will be difficult, let's discuss the symposium objectives. So you've already heard the overall theme of the symposium is making space technology accessible and affordable. And of course, small satellites are maybe one way to achieve this. And you have seen the objectives on the website of the symposium, but basically we will review here the status of capacity building in basic space technology, in particular in the field of small satellites, and we will focus a little bit on the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Yeah, of course we are interested in examining issues relevant to the implementation of small satellite programs, so many of you are actually involved in this field, and we will use this symposium to exchange ideas and lessons learned so that we can benefit from each other in developing our own programs. In particular, we look at small satellite programs in the field of Earth observation and disaster management. So you may have heard even these small, tiny satellites can provide commercial or pre-commercial Earth observation solutions, and that's a very interesting recent development. We will elaborate on legal and regulatory issues. We will develop the education curriculum, and we will look at space applications for early warning systems. On the last day, we will discuss the way forward for the Basic Space Technology Initiative. You have found in your registration package that the program, so please look at the printed program. I saw there's also a small notebook that includes the program, but it's an old version of the program. So the most recent version of the program is the A4 sized program. And you can see that we have 9 sessions on different topics. We will also have 2 panel discussions, one today and one tomorrow, that will try to look at certain aspects in a more interactive mode. We will have an ITU workshop on frequency registration on Wednesday, and Wednesday afternoon we'll also have a poster session. So I understand the posters will be displayed in the lunch area, and we will have some time to discuss the poster presentations there. And you may also have seen that we have a quite complete social program, so we have receptions, cultural events, and other things every evening after the end of the symposium. Now, a very important thing that I need to mention is that because this is a United Nations symposium, there's always something special about such symposiums, and one such special aspect is that we will actually have a report, a General Assembly report, with the recommendations and observations of the symposium. And so it's about a 15-page report. It's quite difficult to get this because it's quite costly, because it's being translated into all the 6 official UN languages. So we will have translations into, of course, English, French, Spanish, Russian, Arabic, and Chinese. And what we'll try to do is to capture really our observations, recommendations in this report, and we'll do this on the last day of the symposium. And that's a very important aspect, because that's a way for you as engineers and as small satellite developers to communicate to your governments, to your member states. So, you know, use this report wisely in giving the messages you want to transmit, maybe to your own government, to your own country. And such a message, when it's written in a General Assembly report, may carry more power than when you transmit it personally or through your own channels. So I think this is a very nice tool, and we as a community should use that one wisely. Finally, a few things about symposium logistics, some organizational issues. You will have seen from the program that the sessions are chaired by a chairperson and supported by a rapporteur. So we kindly asked the chairpersons and the rapporteurs also to take notes about the discussions, about things that they noted in their session that they might consider to be inputs for the General Assembly report. The panel discussions are also moderated by moderators, and moderator has same role. And what would be nice is if you as a speaker, if you're in a session, try to meet up with your chairperson or moderator prior to the session panel to discuss any open issues. For example, for the panel tomorrow, we'll try to meet up with the panel speakers this evening at the reception. The chairperson rapporteurs shall summarize the findings of the session for the UN report. Yeah, and we have to try to keep to the time for the presentations. I'm myself already 3 minutes over, but you have seen that we have about 15 minutes for each presentation, so it will be very tight, and I ask speakers and chairpersons to try to meet those deadlines. Yeah, and when you have your presentation files, please make sure that they're uploaded to the presentation computer. Because what we want to do is that at the end of this symposium, we want to give each of you a memory stick with all the presentations. So we need to collect all the presentations and also the poster presentations, the PDF files or whatever, by Wednesday lunchtime, so that we're able to prepare those memory sticks. Poster session I've mentioned. Yeah, internet access, you will have noticed we have very good internet access here. No password is required. We will also distribute on the last day of the symposium a certificate of participation. And yeah, you will have seen in the registration package we have a participants list, but we may have misspelled names, we may have missed persons, maybe you have just registered here on site. So if something is wrong with your name or you're not in the list, please go to the registration desk. They should have a participants list there, and there you can update the information. And at the end of the symposium, we also want to issue a final participants list. Now I'm looking around if the local organizers are here, because I would like to introduce the people that are supporting us for the symposium. So from the local organizers, we have here Ms. Sandra Cabrera. She's in the back of the room, and she's responsible for program support. So if you have any questions, please contact Sandra. There's also Ms. Virginia Hanessian. Is she here? Yeah. Very good. So Virginia is responsible for the presentations. So please give electronic versions of your presentations to Virginia, and she will collect everything for our memory sticks. And there are also some meeting rooms here in CICESE. So if you want to have site meetings and you would like to book or reserve a meeting room, you can also go to Virginia and arrange for that. And you have already met Mr. Enrico Pacheco, and he's also here in the back of the room, so he's the actual co-organizer of this symposium. And then we have Itzel Pinada. Where is she? She's outside, so she's also doing meeting room reservations, I fear. And then Jorge Preciado. I think he's also outside. You may have met him for transportation arrangements or communicated with him. So he's in charge of logistics support and local amenities. And then from the United Nations, actually we have 3 people here. So there is Miss Sonia Beharovic, my colleague, and there's also Miss Chisato Kobayashi. So she will be doing the education curriculum work, and then myself. So please do not hesitate to contact us if there are any issues. Finally, some closing remarks. So I hope you will have a nice symposium here, and of course use the opportunities to get to know each other's work. I think we have very good people here, people who have done really fantastic projects, and there's much that can be learned from each other. I have already mentioned the symposium report is a unique opportunity to convey a message to decision makers in your own country, so think about this, and when we discuss the report on Thursday. In 2015 and 2016, we plan to hold the symposiums in South Africa and in Turkey respectively, but we do not yet have host countries for 2017 and beyond. So if your country is interested in hosting a future UN symposium, please also approach my colleagues or me, and we'll be happy to work with you and tell you how this will be possible. So that concludes my presentation. I wish you all a productive symposium and a very nice time here in Ensenada. And again, thank you for your participation and for your contributions. And I think we have some announcements still there.
Hello, my name is Mars Rodriguez, and my question to you is that given the tremendous enthusiasm that there is in the United States for the commercialization of space, does the UN plans to update your current treaties to include the commercialization of space on celestial bodies, for example, like mining the moon and mining the asteroids and the commercialization of that? Or are you going to just leave it to international law?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So it's a presentation really related to legal aspects of space activities. You know, it's a good question, and different people may give you different answers to your question, because some people may say the treaties that we have perfectly well cover commercial activities. You know, there may not be a need to actually change anything, because there's nothing in the treaties that disallows commercial activities. There's only, maybe you specifically refer to the Moon Treaty, which is the 5th space treaty, and also the Moon Treaty does not disallow commercial activities, but it says if at some stage there's a commercial company that starts mining the moon or asteroids or other celestial bodies, a special international organization needs to be set up to ensure that the revenues from such an activity are being shared with all countries in the world. And that's a little bit similar to what we have in the Antarctic, because, you know, outer space is there for all humankind, for all mankind, and it shouldn't be one commercial company that goes out and reaps the benefits from what is out there. No? So the short question is, we probably have to wait for this to happen. No one is yet mining the moon and asteroids, and may take a long time for that to happen. But once it comes close, I'm sure member states of the UN will start discussions on this topic again in the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. And then, you know, it will be very interesting to see what they will conclude. But the important message is nothing in the treaties right now forbids commercial companies, you know, to look at how this could be done and to find possible technical solutions for mining outer space. But then once it actually happens, there will need to be some discussions at the level of the UN to look at the way forward.
Great presentation. I'm Carlos Duarte from the Mexican Space Agency. I'm the head of education. My question is related to space education. Does your organization have any plans to develop online materials for fostering cooperation among universities to develop basic space technology?
It's a very good question about online courses. You know, we looked at this also in cooperation with our regional centers, because there are many online courses out there, these massive open online courses, and MIT and I think Stanford, they're making this available. So there's a lot of information already available online. The education curricula that we are developing are really just curricula. They're also available electronically, but they are basically just a syllabus about how you could organize a course. But of course, the syllabus also contains possible education materials, and that includes also online courses. So if you are aware about available online material, maybe something that's also available for free, we would be very happy to learn about it, and we will include it in our education curriculum so that then other people can look it up and actually use it in their work.
So, good afternoon. I'm Sandra. As Mr. Balog said, I'm going to give you two short announcements. So to start the announcements of the day. First of all, there are shuttles that are going to take us to the launch. That it's kind of downhill. So if you want to take the bus, please feel free to do it, or you can walk. There are around 66 seats available. So either you wait for the second turn, or maybe they are already there, or you walk downhill. All the days are going to be like this. There will shuttles over there waiting for us. And the second announcement is about today's optional activity. There is going to be the same procedure. There are going to be shuttles that are going to take you to the hotel, and then once you get to the hotel, there are going to be also shuttles from the two meeting points of Hotel Cortez and Hotel Corona that are going to wait for you at 6:30, so they can take you to the cocktail reception that is going to be at the Hotel Coral and Marina at around 7:30 or something like that. So they can take you there. And well, I said two, but I have more. The picture, the group picture is going to be also tomorrow before lunch. So this is for you to know. And we are going to start at 2:15, the session number 1. That's all. Thank you. Have a nice lunch.
2. Bueno, probando. Bueno. Se apaga. 2. Se está apagando. 1, 2, 3. Probando. 2, 3. Ya no le subas tanto. Ahí se oye bien, ¿no? Listo.
Sí, 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 2, 3, 2, 3, sí. Sí, bueno, sí, sí, 2, 3, 2, 3, sí.
Oh, aquí anda. Listo. Gracias. Vamos a ver. Creo que... si gusta dejarla ahí. Buenísimo. Sí.
Good afternoon. I have a short announcement. Please, Mr. Carlos Alvarado. Mr. Carlos Alvarado, present to the registration desk. They need some information from you. Thank you. Good afternoon again. Welcome to this first session of the afternoon. This session is devoted to space technology development activities in Latin America and the Caribbean. Our first presentation is from Farid Alejandro Velázquez Barrón from Agencia Boliviana Espacial from Bolivia. Farid Velázquez is a master in telecommunications and telematics from the Catholic University of San Pablo in Bolivia, and is currently orbit and frequency engineer for the Agencia Boliviana Espacial. His current activity is the frequency coordination of satellite networks, satellite network Tupac Katari 1, and some other projects, satellite projects in the Bolivian Space Agency. Before that, from 2007 and 2010, he was responsible for monitoring emerging satellite networks registered with the ITU, verifying the possible interference with the terrestrial stations as well as with the satellite network Tupac Katari 1. Please welcome Farid Alejandro Velázquez.
Thank you for the presentation. It's an honor representing to Bolivia, to the Space Agency of Bolivia in this symposium. The subject of this presentation is about the space technology activities development in Bolivia. First, the Space Bolivian Agency, ABE, is a national strategic public company of the plurinational state of Bolivia, created in February of 2010. It is under supervision of the Ministry of Public Works, Service and Housing. The first mission of the ABE is the implementation and management of the Tupac Katari 1 satellite, TICASat-1. All the project, all the activities of the ABE and the first time is only of the TICASat-1, but is only the first mission of the ABE. In this moment, the ABE is working on the Bolivian Satellite Remote Sensing Program. For Bolivia, for the agency especially, to have a specialist technical team was a priority. For this reason, was made a national announcement about the selection of professionals of telecommunication, systems, math, physics, for a training in China for the monitoring and operation of the TICASat-1. After an examination test of more than 1,200 professionals, 74 of the best professionals of Bolivia were selected for the training in China for the operation and control of the TICASat-1 satellite. After that, all the training in China, only 35 of the best professionals of this training today are working in the Earth Station of ABE. This is a picture of the people that is Bolivian technical team that is training in China. TICASat-1 program. The objective of the TICASat-1 program is provide telecommunication service to Bolivian and international clients. In this case, it's a social project. It's a social program because it's focused in the rural areas, rural communities that don't have any communications service. So all the program is focused in these people. That is more than 3 million people that don't have any service of communication. And in this moment, in Bolivia, the communication is a basic service. And is necessary for the state provide the people all the basic service for the living for these people. What is the components of the TICASAT-1 program? In the first time, the components is the satellite, the launch services, the insurance, the Earth stations, 2 Earth stations, the teleport, and the training and technology transfer for these 74 professionals that is in this moment 35 is working in ABE. The features of the TICASAT-1 satellite. In this moment is operative, is in 87.2 degrees west, have 30 transponders. The bringing to use is in March 2014. The time life is 15 years. The launch date is December 20 of 2030. The platform is DFH4, that is a platform development for the CGWIC, it's a Chinese company. And the launch vehicle is a Long March 3B. The coverage of the satellite is focused in Latin America. The KU-BSS band and KU band is focused in Bolivia. For the KU-FSS and C band is focused in all South America. The objective of this capacity is provide service to Bolivia and the other countries that we have coverage. The launch of the TICASAT-1. The TICASAT-1 was launched in the Xichang Satellite Launch Center for CLTC company in December 20 of 2013. In this moment, the TICASAT-1 is operative, and the users, in this case, is the telecommunications state operator, that is Entel, a private telecommunications operator, that is Nuevatel or Viva, the Ministry of Communication, of the Education, the Ministry of Culture, and the Gas and Oil Company, a state company of Bolivia. This is the main Earth station that is located in Amachuma, in the La Paz city. The most of people, the technical team, is working in this Earth station. The backup Earth station is located in La Guardia, in Santa Cruz City. Only a few people is working in this place. The applications for the objective of the TICASAT-1, the rural application is focused in this place. With the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Culture, the pilot project of teleeducation was implemented, creating education programs for the rural schools, which are transmitted throughout the TICASAT-1 satellite. With the Ministry of Telecommunication and the state operator of telecommunication, Entel, the project of rural internet connectivity throughout the TICASAT-1 satellite is operation in this moment, with more than 800 telecenters implemented in elementary schools of the rural communities. And this, for 2015, the number of telecenters will be increased to more than 2,000. Other of the projects of the TICASAT-1 is the connectivity of the radio base station of mobile communication in rural communities, because more than 3 million people lives in little village in Bolivia that don't have any service of communication. So this is one reason for the implementation to the TICASAT-1 project. Another application for the state institutions is the management system of the public sector. Institutions like the Custom, Migration, Defense and Security use the TICASAT-1 for the communication between the station in the borders, in terms of defense and security, have the protection of the borders, the communication in the posts, all kinds of any communication between the posts that is in moment is in the resguard on the protection of the borders of the country. The next mission after the TICASAT-1 for the Bolivian Space Agency is the Bolivian Remote Sensing Satellite Program. This is the second mission to the ABE. The objective is have a satellite system to obtain images for application in natural resources management, cartography, disaster management, environmental monitoring, and national defense. Therefore, held meetings with several international companies. They provided the proposal, and the project is being developed with this information. All the technical team and the engineering team in the ABE in this moment is developing the second satellite. So, thanks. This is the development activities in this moment in Bolivia.
Are there any questions in the room? There's one question there.
Okay. So, Mr. Alejandro, my name is Edmundo. I am a systems engineer. I found really interesting your conference because I see that the AB is so concerned to help their people to have like better lives and more communication systems. But can you tell me anything regarding high-tech education with CubeSats, CanSats? Does AB has any like a program with that in the very near future to help students in Bolivia to be involved in this sector, the aerospace sector?
Okay, it's a good question. If you remember in the presentation, I tell that the 74 people, the best professionals in Bolivia after that tests, go to China for a training. Only 35 of these people is working in this moment to AB. The other people in this moment is working in universities for beginning to use the education and beginning the careers of the space technology. In this moment, we know that is only one satellite project that Bolivia have. So these people is try to generate careers in the universities for these kind of topics.
Thank you. Any other question? Please, here in front.
Dr. Muhammad from Egypt. I wanted to know what was the task of the local team in the development of the first satellite with the Chinese people.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, you come to...
The task. What was the task? You said that 74 persons involved in the project.
Yes.
What was the task of allocated for those people in the development of the satellite? Because you said that this satellite was developed in China.
Yes.
So I wanted to know the sort of contribution from your side to the development process, especially it was the first time.
Okay. In this case, like the TICASat-1 is a first project, satellite project in Bolivia, we don't have the experience of the technical team that can to building or monitoring the construction of the satellite. For this reason, we need two people that have a special training for the next satellite projects. In the first instance, we only few people go to China with the mission of the monitoring of the on the building of the satellite and the test, but only a few people that have the experience. All the 74 people is a new personal team, a new technical team for Bolivia. The 74 people is trained in the space technology. And these people in this moment is working in Bolivia, is working in universities to try to building and design the next project, the next satellite. This is the most important thing that we have for this project, because we know that if the personal, if the technical team specialized, we don't have anything in this moment. But now we have a technical team. We have people that knows about the space technology.
Yes, I have a third question myself. With such social demands covered by TKSAT-1, what is the vision for the future of the program?
Well, the TKSAT-1 is the first communication satellite. In this moment, this satellite is only used for communications and commercialize the satellite capacity. The next mission of the Space Agency is the remote sensing program. And after that, we have another program for another communication satellite. So this is only the beginning for the space activities to Bolivia. And this is the start to the space career to Bolivia.
Thank you very much, Fred.
Thank you.
Well, our next speaker is Andrea Guzman Mesa, who is a senior pure mathematics student at Universidad Diego Arbolega at Bogota, Colombia, working on topics related to astronomy and space engineering. As part of the mathematics department of her university, Andrea has been able to work on science outreach activities and support the Libertad space program, which has made possible for Colombia to have its first ever satellite in space. Welcome, Andrea Guzman.
Good afternoon. Well, first, just a little bit mistake. I'm from Sergio Arboleda University in Bogota, Colombia. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for allowing me to be here today. It's such an honor. To start, I would like to share with you some bad news we were given a couple of months ago before I was coming here in Colombia. And it's that the government of Colombia is not affording an Earth observation satellite, at least not for the upcoming 4 years. Not to mention that we no longer have a place in the geosynchronous orbit when we had it for free. And now I want to think, what are the reasons for the government to do that? Well, you might think that they think this is such a waste of money and time. Maybe they do, I don't know. But to be true to ourselves, our country, Colombia, is facing now such a critical situation with the post-conflict era. And most of our resources have to be invested into repairing the victims of violence rather than science and technology projects. So, fortunately, this situation hasn't stopped some other institutions in Colombia to make research and to continue activities in the aerospace field. Why? Because we don't have also a space agency. We have an other space commission in our country. But this is our first challenge, and it's also the first challenge for the university I'm representing today. And it all started back in 2007 with Libertad 1, meaning Freedom 1 in English. Exactly 50 years after the launch of the first ever satellite in the humankind history, Sputnik 1. The engineering and math faculty and the astronomy observatory in the university took the leadership of this project and looked for financial support and obtained the support and help of 9 private companies in the country. It was Libertad 1 We didn't know anything about satellites, not even how to plan a mission, but we made it. And this is a CubeSat satellite, the smallest kind of its kind. As you can see, Libertad 1, its dimensions, 10 centimeters per 10 centimeters per 10 centimeters. Its weight, 1 kilogram about. And the main goal was for it to send telemetry here to Earth. After a very long, complex, Libertad 1 was sent to Cal Poly so that some technical tests could be done. After these technical tests were passed, it was sent to Baikonur for its final launch. Here it is, the rocket, it was launched. And here we have our first problem, and it is that this rocket that was supposed to be carrying out Libertad 1 was exploded into space. But we weren't in here because we had some problems delivering it into Baikonur. So fortunately, Libertad 1 was sent from this new rocket, Russian rocket, in 2007, April 17. And here is our flag, a small flag because it wasn't planned to be over there. And the first signals we have here in our ground station at the university was that long code you can see. And for us, it is very important. Why? Because it is the first received telemetry frame we had ever in our country. Libertad 1 was expected to have a 50-day lifespan, but 2 years after it was launched, it was still delivering some information and passing over Colombia twice a day. This project was such a success in the sense that it enabled our country to believe in our human capabilities. And also, right now, space technology is a current topic of discussion in universities, and not as we would like, but in the government it is also. Now, given the amount, you can see here the disposition of our satellite into the rocket, and over there, the telemetry frame. It was a working group for the Libertad 1. None of them are aerospace engineering. They are just engineers, mathematicians, and people that likes this kind of topic. Well, after that, we wanted to continue with the Colombian space program, and our objective was to bring the country closer to the aerospace field and to continue to make research in other areas in the aerospace engineering or space program. And the most important for me is that we are able right now to train individuals that they are now working in different kind of satellite business right now. And given the amount of problems that Colombia has to solve with space matters like telecommunication and weather prediction, the Sergio Arboleda University has taken the first steps to learn about these issues. And now, after Libertad 1, we are starting activities toward the development of the second Colombian satellite, the Libertad 2. With this project, we are looking for strengthening the knowledge acquired with our first satellite. The project aims at designing, building, assembling, and launching this 3U CubeSat into space, hopefully in 2017. As you can see, this is not now a picosatellite, but a nanosatellite because of its dimensions. The weight will be 4 kilograms, and it's just purely academic. And the main goal of this satellite will be Earth observation. This is the structure of how it is planned our mission in our university and the different subsystems we have right now. Here are the subsystems. Well, we have, like any other spacecraft, an EPS, the command data handling, the communication system, and ground station, the thermal control system, and a payload that I think it's the most important part of this satellite. It will be the scheme of Libertad 2, our satellite components. The DCS that we are acquiring from other partner institutions. And we don't have, to be honest, not too much laboratories or infrastructure to continue with our project. But here we have some antennas that are located in the astronomical observatory and, the EPS. And about the electrical power system, the inclusion of solar cells in Libertad 2 is a great improvement over the Libertad 1. And will open a new scientific research topic in our university. Here is the thermal simulation we consider for our satellite in different phases of this orbit. And the important thing here is the camera for Earth observation now we are implementing. We are using for just technical purposes a nanocam just to see how it is going to be ensembled into the final satellite. But the purpose is for us, for the students, is to build it by ourselves. It will be working in the optical spectrum. And with the images we get, we are planning to not only to validate some systems, which will help us a lot in the academic research, but we want to focus on the analysis of the use of, for example, forest control, land agriculture, to get some images and maybe help with future, plans in the different ministers in the Colombia. Here, natural environment. And, we are now working, and hopefully we will be having a space program in our university, and with that, just giving a little, just to wish our government can do that by ourselves. The project now is currently in phase B, and we would like to launch it in 2017. We are looking now forward to work with some partner institutions because we are lack of laboratories to work. So if any one of you can help us, you can contact us, and this is a pleasure. ITP is currently sponsoring the Misión Libertad 2 with several licenses for the thermal software simulation. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions in the room? I would like you to help us understanding what does it mean phase B in the development of the project?
We are just now building in, trying to assembling. We have the launch date, but we hadn't assembled and building all the parts that we need to.
But you have built all the parts or the modules?
No, we have assembled it, and the space cam, we are building it. So we hadn't finished it now.
Any questions? Yes, one question here.
Hi, Narayan Prasad from Dhruva Space. So I understand coming from kind of a developing country, it's hard to convince governments to give money for such projects. So what is your plan to keep it sustainable?
Well, the plan lies in the head of our university, as they are the people who are looking for financial support. And most of the resources have been from the private industry, not for the government or public institutions. So the plan is to send our satellites and to keep information and to work with it, so they can trust in us and can help us in the future.
Any other question? We have time for one question more. Well, we thank Andrea Guzman for her presentation.
Thank you very much.
Our next presentation is from Roberto Conti, Small Satellites Development at CICESE. Dr. Roberto Conti is a full-time researcher at Electronics and Telecommunications Department here at CICESE. He has been working in satellite technology for 28 years now, and is currently in charge of 2 nanosatellite projects here at CICESE. Welcome, Roberto Conti.
Thank you. I would like to welcome you to CICESE. Our director already did this morning, and it is an honor for us to have this event now at CICESE. I will talk about the experiences that CICESE, our institution, has already had with space technology, not Mexico, but CICESE itself, our institution. The picture that we have here is basically a picture taken by the Mercury 1 project in 1963, which took a beautiful picture of the Baja California Peninsula taken from the Gemini 1 mission. And we like it because it's our home taken from space in one of the first ever tripulated missions on space. So what I'm going to talk about now is the, excuse me, wait a minute. That was not the presentation. Ay Dios, me quedó. Tiene la memoria. Just a minute, I'm finding it.
In the meantime, is Carlos Alvarado in the room? Carlos Alvarado from. Okay.
I am sorry, that is not the presentation I had already. There was a different one here on the computer. Let's see if ¿dónde quedó? Espera, no. I apologize for this delay. There it is.
Okay, we have an announcement in the meantime.
Thank you. Just, to take advantage of the time right now, just to let you know that if you haven't submitted yet a copy of your bio, your biography, your CV, please send it to me. You probably have my email address. If not, look for me and I'll give it to you later on. And this is very important for the presentation, especially if you have to come to the podium and give a presentation, so then you can be presented appropriately. Para aquellos que no nos han dado todavía copia de sus biografías, por favor, háganlo lo antes posible, me lo envían por correo o me buscan y yo les doy la dirección si es que no la tienen. Gracias.
Okay, thank you. We have the right presentation now? Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I apologize for this, this problem. I'm going to talk about a small satellite development at CICESE, which is the center we are now hosting this symposium. Basically, what we have is we have a 40-plus years experience on satellite projects or space projects here at CICESE. We started with a rural satellite telephony program during the 70s that we had going with Stanford University. Then we started, one of the divisions of CICESE is Oceanography Division. We are a center by the sea. So we have a number of researchers in Mexico working on analysis of ocean surfaces and currents and other aspects of marine life. So we have been working on on satellite imaging for oceanographic applications since about 40 years also. During the late 80s and early 90s, a group on the Electronics and Telecommunications Department also started working on the VSAT design and development, VSAT networks, basically for internet applications in Mexico. Up until 1991, Mexico had all its long-distance communications were mainly done through analog microwave systems. The first way to do digital transmission broadband in Mexico was through satellites, and after 3 or 4 years that the satellites were offering broadband communications in Mexico, it was when the first fiber optic links joined the whole country from the main cities. During the early 90s also, we also worked on the development of the Solidaridad satellite program, a two-satellite project, 2 geostationary satellites that Mexico had, which had also an L-band subsystem for mobile communications. We also worked at CICESE on the interference program and also in the applications for mobile satellite communications since the early 90s. Then also during the early 90s, we also started working on the SATEX-1 microsatellite project. Initially, it was a project done by CICESE, but also by the Mexican universities, main universities, such as the National Autonomous University of Mexico, UNAM, also by the National Polytechnic Institute and some other Mexican institutions. And we all did a lot of work, but some financial problems came out during the late 90s or mid-90s, mid-90, and we couldn't finish the project. Many of the different subsystems were already working, but the final satellite could not be integrated finally. CICESE's parts were finalized, but the whole satellite could not be integrated because some other parts from some other institutions could not be finished. That was during the mid-90s. Then during the late 90s, CICESE also did a study on business applications on satellite applications. Then we started with the year 2000, we started doing a study on voice over IP telephony, internet transmission, and basically internet transmission and voice over IP over lower satellite satellites or LEO satellites. We started working on that over 10 years ago. After that, we also did a lot of work on multiple antenna arrays on both Earth stations and onboard satellites during the late, from 2006 to 2008, for like that. Then we got into satellite medical transmission and telemedicine. We already are working on parts of that. In 2011, with the advent or with the coming of the Mexican Space Agency, we also started getting into the CubeSat or SmallSat programs. Again, at this moment, we have one project for a 3-unit CubeSat with about 70-75% of advancement at this moment. with most of its part done here at CICESE. There is also another part of the project that is being done by the National Mexican Autonomous University of Mexico, and also by the National Polytechnic Institute, which are also collaborators with CICESE in the development of these CubeSat projects. And finally, we are at CICESE also working on the development of new payloads for CubeSats, mainly with the Polytechnic National Institute on cameras and other arrays that I will talk to later. So CICESE is not a newcomer into the space arena, but we are certainly new into the small CubeSat arena. But we have been working mainly on applications and software and hardware development since many years ago. When everybody thinks about satellites, what comes to mind are large satellites like the one in the pictures. These are the huge satellites that are now Boeing satellites that Mexico bought during the 80s and during the 90s. But what we are now doing is we are moving from large satellites, which was used because we bought the satellite and used it, and we use them. Now we are moving from large satellites to many satellites. We are also waiting for the Mexican Space Agency and all the other academic institutions in Mexico, main large universities, to start the second family of the SATEX program. And at this point, we are also working on nanosatellites. The SATEX project started over 20 years ago. It was a project where Mexico started having the Mexican universities got together, and we started working on the development of software and hardware for a microsatellite that will be about 50 centimeters, a cube of 50 centimeters per side, and a weight of about 50 kilograms. Eventually, that is the satellite that could not be finished, but we did a lot of work on that. These are some of the circuits and systems and subsystems which were developed in Mexico by several universities, CICESE among them. And this is part of the Earth stations that we started using then, and which we are going to use now with the LEO CubeSats. That is a picture of CICESE. Actually, that is the building near where we just had lunch. And those antennas are on top of the buildings here at CICESE, along with the commercial radios used for VHF and UHF frequencies. This is a picture of part of the subsystems that we developed over 20 years ago. We are also trying to work on that, obviously reducing size and weight and growing in complexity, but we are working on that, because eventually what we want is to develop a number of low Earth orbit satellites that could be obviously around Earth, but we want to catch the information that we can while the satellite is flying from above Mexico. One of the areas that we are really interested in working better and developing payloads for Mexico are for remote sensing. These are the pictures of what we are aiming to. These are not ours, but basically what we are doing is working on the development of payloads over satellites, lower satellites that work both in the visible spectrum and also in the infrared spectrum, because Mexico has a large problem being a country with over 10,000 kilometers of coastal areas with oceans on both the Pacific and the Atlantic, and the ocean has a large impact on the weather in Mexico, such as a number of hurricanes. Every year we get from 2 to 5 or 6 hurricanes or cyclones in Mexico, which create a lot of problems. Besides, we also have a large number of weather problems regarding large rains and other things. We also would like to get payloads in order to get also both in the visible and the infrared spectrum regarding agriculture and other applications for us. So we are working here at CICESE not only on the development of small CubeSats, but also on the payloads that will help us get there. We already have some work being done. The idea is to integrate that information into geospatial information systems in order to create larger maps of Mexico where we could get more information available over internet for free for all the Mexican society. At this point, what CICESE considers our main strengths are we have experience in the design and integration of electronics, telecommunications, and optical systems or optoelectronic systems for space applications. We also have a large experience in the design and integration at this point of medical and biomedical and telemedicine subsystems, which at this point we have even tried to send information, biomedical information over satellites. Our first transmission of, from CICESE, our first transmission of medical imaging and biomedical information and data was done over 15 years ago, so we have experience on that. We also work on the development of subsystems on medical applications. We also have an experience in the design, or we are getting experience in the design and integration of cameras, telescope and imaging system with the help of other institutions, mainly the National Polytechnic Institute, which has worked very closely with CICESE. Actually, we're both institutions working together and have have gotten very good results on this. Mainly for aerial and space applications. And we also we also have a large experience on the use and hopefully the detection later on of a remote sensing imaging system for remote applications over satellites. We have at CICESE a division of oceanography, an academic division that studies everything related to the seas in Mexico. We have another division, the Earth Sciences division, where they have studied the problems in geology, seismology, and geophysics. And at my division, where the electronics and telecommunications department is, we also have an optical department and a computer science department besides the electronics and telecommunications department. And all of those have applications on space technology. So we are working on that in order to get everything together. At this moment, what we have, the current space technology projects at CICESE are, first, we are waiting for the SATEX-2 project in order to become a reality. That is going to be a project that involves probably over 10 Mexican universities and research centers. We are also part of that, and we're happy to work along with other centers. We also have a project that is really interesting that we hope to get funded over the course of the following month regarding the use of remote sensing imaging and also medical measurements on ground in order to detect epidemiology by satellite, in order to get mosquitoes and little bugs that create epidemical problems for medics and doctors. And we are also working on that. That is funded by CONACYT, the Mexican Council of Science and Technology. And at this moment, CICESE is already in the process of, as I mentioned initially, in the process of completing our first nanosatellite, the 3-unit nanosatellite, and we are about to start a second CubeSat project with also a nanosatellite project of 1 unit, where we are trying to include technology that allows us to get the satellite information regarding the orientation and the detection of where the satellite is, depending upon the measurement of stars, and comparing that to the database of where would the satellite be at that moment. We are working on that. We are also working on the stabilization and control problems also, and subsystems of the nanosatellites with technology developed and studied here at CICESE. So we are working on that. The purpose of our satellites is not to buy technology, but to get the technology that we cannot get, cannot make, but also put a large number of knowledge, of our own knowledge, and also there's a large number of students involved in this, in order to get our satellites functioning. So that is the end, and I don't know if there's any questions on it. The point of this is if Homer Simpson could go to space, so can Mexicans. So that is the point of that. So if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I would like to ask you, because with such an extensive panorama that you gave us, what do you foresee for the space technology-related activities in CICESE for the middle-term and long-term places?
At this moment, in the short terms, we must finish both CubeSats that we are working on. Midterm, we plan to include or enlarge our projects. I mean, our plans on the payload design, mainly on cameras. And we are also, we think we have a good chance of doing something new regarding the stabilization and positioning and control of the nanosatellites with technology done at CICESE. We are also working on earth stations, on ground stations technology, but mainly we think that we can go on imaging systems and also on the stabilization systems.
Any questions in the room? Yes, there's one question over there.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a small question. Are you building these nanosatellites here at this facility or somewhere else? And if you are, is it possible to visit the facility?
Yes, well, the first one, we are building it, but we at this moment, we have all the cards. We don't have the satellite assembled yet, but we have the cards, and those are in the laboratory at CICESE. I will have to ask for permission to see if it's possible to receive visitors. But the Mexican Space Agency has asked us to be careful about, not about what we are doing, but about, how could I say? Well, we can do what the Mexican Space Agency allows us to do. So I will ask the Mexican Space Agency if it's possible, or for our position, we could go and visit maybe the laboratory. And I will say there is no problem, but I would like to get the permission from the Mexican Space Agency because they are the sponsors of both projects.
Any other question? Well, thank you, Dr.
Thank
Conte.
you.
Our next presentation is from Carlos Alvarado, who is president and founder of the Central America Aeronautics and Space Association and directive from the National Council for Research and Development, Aerospace Development from Costa Rica, CONIDA. At present, he is advisor of the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica and is member of the directive board of the Costa Rican Association of Engineers in Construction. I think we are testing something. Okay, we're having tests maybe for the internet broadcast right now being placed.
Aparentemente ahí hubo señal de audio. Okay. Esperemos que nada más cuestión de subir porque el
Okay, muchas gracias.
Carlos Alvarado was member of the directive board of the Costa Rican chapter of the American Society of Civil Engineers and from the directive board of the Costa Rican oil refinery company, the largest state-owned company of Central American region. We are having some adjustment for his presentation right now, and in a moment we will welcome Carlos Alvarado. Okay. Okay, welcome, Carlos Alvarado.
Well, good afternoon to everybody. It is a big pleasure being here this afternoon, sharing experiences from different perspectives from different countries. I will talk to you about a little bit about our experience, the Central American Association for Aeronautics and Space. We are a non-profit organization, an NGO who have been working with the government of Costa Rica, the industry and academia in order to develop a national space program. See, this is the reason because my presentation is called Identifying Opportunities for the Development of Costa Rica in the Aerospace Field in the last 5 years. Okay, this is the structure, the schedule of this presentation. The first is a quick overview of our situation in our country, and then we'll talk a little bit about the Central American region. We will talk a little bit about our relation with the government of Costa Rica. Quick overview also about the ongoing projects that we are developing in the country, and of course the first Central American satellite, which is our most remarkable effort in the country and the Central American region. Well, a little bit of information of our country. First is we are a very small country located in the middle of the Americas continent. We are around 5 million people, and our Human Development Index is the 11 in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the 68 in the world. Costa Rica is also special because we have been ranked a little bit good in the Global Green Economy Index. We are third in the world, first in Latin America. In terms of innovation, we are also in the first position of Latin America, and we are the fourth. And Social Progress Index, actually we are first in Latin America and 25th in the world. And this is very important also for us. In the Happy Planet Index in 2012, ranked Costa Rica as the first or the happiest country in the world. Another interesting fact is that the country is world famous because we don't have armies since 1948. So we are a special advocacy into Pacific use of technology. And of course, we are internationally recognized by our environmental law or environmental regulations. We are a country which have more than 70% of our land protected by law in terms of protection of nature. The country, by the beginning of the 90s, it was composed the economy more into agricultural and industrial. And since 1995, we presented a different way of thinking in order to develop a different paradigm of development. Then it was the reason because we decided to export non-traditional products and services, and now that sector of the economy represents more than 50% of our national economy. So this is a very important background in order to explain why Costa Rica wants to be part of the international industry of aerospace development. Okay, so this represents, of course, a big challenge for us. Yeah. Why we want to be part of this incredibly competitive and difficult paradigm of development of industry. So I will explain a little bit about how we have been working in the last 5 years since our foundation. Okay, first of all, ACAE, our organization, was founded in 2009. But in 1999, there was another organization that was founded, which was CICESE, the Costa Rican Organization for Aerospace Research and Diffusion. This organization was the very first NGO that was created in Costa Rica, and it was very active, especially organizing the first Space Conference of the Americas. After, in the middle of the 90s, between 1991 to 1995, the organization was so active, but due to the lack of support of the government, this organization just finished their activity. And then 15 years after that, in 2009, occurred the creation of ACAE. In 2010, the President of the Republic, former President of the Republic, Laura Chinchilla, created the National Council for Aerospace Research and Development, and actually our organization is part of this council. And we, between 2010 and 2011, we started the development of the project Daedalus, which was a kind of experiment that seek to develop the first technical skills into space missions. In 2012, our first participation in Naples of an IAC, the International Astronautical Congress. And in 2011 also, we signed an agreement with the Costa Rican Institute of Technology, which is the most prestigious university of the Central American region also, in order to develop the project of the satellite, the small satellite that we'll talk about later. And in 2013, we participated in Beijing, in China, in the 64th International Astronautical Congress. 2014, at the beginning of this year, the President of the Republic signed a public declaration declaring our project of public interest for the country. And 2-3 days ago, I'm so glad to announce you that the Costa Rica Institute of Technology already announced that they will support, in terms of financial support, the project of the small satellite. So it is a fact that for the next year we will start with the formal process of designing of the satellite. Okay, and recently we participated also in the 65th International Astronautical Congress. Okay, what is the mission of ACAE? We are a non-profit organization, as I told, that promotes and develops the Central American talent in the aerospace field. In our vision, we aimed to be the organization that will lead the active participation of our region in this kind of paradigm of technology on a global level. This is our presence now in the Central American region. First, we have a facility in Costa Rica. We have also a formal group working in Guatemala. And in Nicaragua, we are just starting with a cell of work, with a small group of researchers of Nicaragua that are trying to establish this chapter of ACAE in Nicaragua. And in El Salvador, we decided to recognize the El Salvador Aerospace Institute, which is another NGO, has our formal colleagues. They share the same vision, the same ambitions that we have, and we are working very closely to this organization in Central America. Okay, the 4 main objectives. The first is gathering the most important representatives of the aerospace industry in our region. The second one is promoting research and development projects in this field and all technologies related to aerospace. Of course, we want also to work with the new generations, the upcoming generations. This is vital in order to establish a sustainable effort to develop space programs oriented to science and technology. And last but not least, we know that if we want to develop a national policy program and we want to develop different technology projects, we really need to establish at least the foundations of the space law in the Central American region, which is an area that at this time we need to work a lot in order to have more knowledge. Okay, as I told you, ACAE is a member of CONIDA. CONIDA is a formal council created by the President of the Republic in 2010, and is led by the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Telecommunications of Costa Rica. But well, I would like also to show you for summarize better our experience and what kind of project we have been developing in the last 5 years. This institutional video, this is the first time that I presented in an event, so I would like to share with you this experience, and of course hope that you liked the video. Let's see if I think it is supposed to. I don't know why. Is someone to, because I can see the video here in the screen, but I can see in the. Okay, I'm looking at it. And ¿crees que se pueda leer bien? ¿Se escucha el audio? Porque no lo escucho. Okay.
Está silenciado.
¿Dónde está silenciado? Ok. ¿Dónde está silenciado? Sí, definitivamente. Vamos a subir el volumen un poquito más. Ok. Dale play ahí entonces. Ok.
La Asociación Centroamericana de Aeronáutica y del Espacio es una organización sin fines de lucro que tiene como objetivo inspirar el talento centroamericano para poder de esta manera desarrollar el campo aeroespacial en la región. Somos una organización que trabaja en conjunto con la industria, con sectores de la academia, con el gobierno, con la sociedad civil, con organizaciones a nivel nacional y a nivel internacional, para de esta forma poder vincular efectivamente a la región en este paradigma de desarrollo tecnológico del campo aeroespacial.
Doing what I have a passion for these days, to try and interest our next generation of scientists, astronauts, explorers, to get more involved in what we're doing in the space industry. I particularly like working with the CAI to help, again, bring this message to people around the world and today to Costa Rica.
Me parece muy importante la labor que ha venido realizando ACAE. Ustedes están involucrados en proyectos muy interesantes para el desarrollo de la ciencia, de la tierra y del espacio en Costa Rica. De proyectos tecnológicos como diseñar y construir con humanos costarricenses el primer satélite de la región, hasta la asesoría que han estado brindando a diversas universidades del país y a los representantes del gobierno para crear así un plan nacional de desarrollo aeroespacial.
Somos una organización de referencia a nivel internacional. Queremos continuar demostrándole nuestras capacidades al mundo para así poder vincular a esta generación de jóvenes centroamericanos en este paradigma de desarrollo tecnológico del campo aeroespacial. Atrévase a soñar con nosotros.
Okay. This was just for showing you a little bit a quick summarize of the project that we have been developing. What I need to do again is to return to the presentation. Let me see if I can. Okay. Well, I would like to let me see. Okay, here is okay. Well, as I don't have a lot of time, I would like to talk a little bit about the project. This is part of the project that we have been developing in the country, and launches of meteorological balloons, sounding rocket that we have been testing, and also being part of conquest in the United States with some students. Market research that we developed with the Central American Institute of Business Administration in CAE and the Costa Rican Foreign Trade Agency. Also outreach activities along with Adasta Rocket Company, the company that is led by Franklin Chang Diaz, and different participations in the IAC. The project of D-Space is a project that, as I told you before, was declared of public interest by the President of the Republic, and it came from the necessity to show the capacity to develop a space project in all the space, because there is a cycle with no end that in the country we identified. The first, that people say that there are no projects because there are no capacity, and there are no capacity because there are no resources, and then it starts again. So we decided to break the paradigm in that. There will be three main beneficiaries. The first is the government, the Ministry of Environment and Energy, and the Ministry of Science and Technology has part of the supporters, and the organization that will be receiving the skills that we will be developing with the project. From the academia, the Costa Rican Institute of Technology. From the industry, the Costa Rican Aerospace Cluster that is supported by the Foreign Trade Agency of Costa Rica, Procomer. The scheme of the solution is basically the satellite will retransmit information on real time from a ground sensors network that will be located in the northern part of the country. And this information will be retransmitted or downloaded to a ground station that will be located in the Costa Rican Institute of Technology. The project will be a proof of concept of a space platform with the objective to verify the capacity for designing a system capable to retransmit carbon dioxide concentration data of remote locations in Costa Rica. Senior advising, well, we have in the team two Costa Ricans that have been playing an outstanding role in NASA. First is Sandra Kaufman, and second is Franklin Chang Diaz, a retired NASA astronaut, which is Costa Rican also. And well, there is a concept of visualization, but maybe later I will show you because we don't have a lot of time. In the next steps, mission feasibility, mission definition, and system definition have been already done, and next year we will start with the preliminary design in 2015. And we are planning to launch the satellite in 2016, and with the preparation for deployment and the operational stage of the project. So this is, as I told you before, the very first effort that we have been developing, and of course, we are looking forward to succeed on this endeavor. Thank you very much, and maybe later I can show you the visualization of the satellite. But thank you.
Are there any questions? Yes, one question over here.
Andrea Jaime from SJC. Thanks for the presentation, and it's good that there is new initiatives coming up in the region like this. My question is, do you have involvement with universities in the region? And therefore, how are you going to build up the satellite itself? Are you going to build it at university facilities or laboratories of research centers? What is the plan there? Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. The first question is yes. We are working with, in a close partnership with the Costa Rican Institute of Technology, and also we are looking forward to get involved another El Salvador University from El Salvador. This is the second main important thing that we are planning, but it's not official. But at least we have the involvement of this Costa Rican university. And the satellite we are planning to develop and to design and to build the satellite here in the country. Of course, we don't have the infrastructure for doing the testing. Then we are exploring different possibilities. I don't know if John Polanski will be angry about this, but I would like to also to announce you that Kyushu Institute of Technology will be, we are exploring the possibility to send our satellite to Japan for doing the testing there. And after that, well, the launch stage is not decided yet, because it will depend on the service that we will use for the launch. Maybe it could be in space, another foreign space agency. It could be a private company. We haven't decided yet.
Okay. Impressive for time. As you know, we started a bit later, and we have a tight schedule. We thank Carlos Alvarado for his presentation.
Thank you very much.
And I have a very short announcement to do, is that you may follow us on Twitter in the hashtag UN Mexico Space. If any of you want to follow this discussion, especially those people via internet. You may even tweet about it. Very exciting presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker for this session is Pablo Gabriel de Leon, who is an aerospace engineer with more than 20 years of experience in space projects. He is co-founder and president of the Argentine Association for Space Technology, a non-profit, non-governmental organization based in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and currently is the president of the Space Affairs Commission of the Argentine Council of Aerospace Engineering. He is a graduate of the International Space University and recently finished a doctorate in the history of science and technology. Pablo de Leon is also an associate professor of aerospace engineering at the Department of Space Studies, University of North Dakota, where he designed and constructed several spacesuits and is currently working as a principal investigator for an ESE-funded project. Welcome, Pablo de Leon.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I guess we'll have to wait a couple of moments here to get the presentation in place, but let me tell you, it's a pleasure to be here in Mexico again, to be in this place, and I want to thank you, especially the CICESE. Let me move here. Okay. To CICESE and to the Mexican Space Agency, and of course the United Nations, the Office of Outer Space Affairs, for putting together this great symposium. So, as the chairman mentioned, I'm representing the Argentine Association for Space Technology, is a non-profit, non-governmental organization that was founded in 1987. And yeah, actually that one is mine, yes. And great, so, all right, let me try to go back. Yeah, so, the topic of my presentation will be developing a new standard for small satellites for emerging space nations. And I kind of divided my talk into two brief sections. One of them will be about Argentina in space and what we have been doing since the beginning of the space age as it relates to space technology. Argentina was a country that was interested very early on in space technology. I'll say that since the launching of Sputnik in 1957, we kind of got the space bug, so to speak, and got really interested into trying to be even as a modest part of this new era that was starting. So you can see from this picture here, this is a picture of the first experimental rocket that was launched in Argentina in 1961, the Alpha Centauro. But even earlier on, in 1947, took place the first liquid rocket motors built in Argentina. You can see there in that picture the AN-1, that was a hypergolic liquid propellant system that was, if I'm not wrong, probably the first one built in the region. If you don't include the ones made in Peru by Pedro Paulet. This rocket system evolved later into a kind of a flying bomb. You have to remember this was just a couple of years after the end of the Second World War. So they had this idea of the guided bombs and guided missiles. So that what you're seeing there is the Tábano, which was a liquid propellant system using this AN-1 rocket motor. In 1960, through decree of the President of Argentina, was created the National Commission of Space Research. And you can see there President Frondizi in 1960 with the president of what was the first space agency in Argentina, Teófilo Tabanera, who was mainly the pioneer of space affairs in my country. During the 60s, it was a very active time in space research, mainly with rocket propellant, sounding rockets by solid propellant. Built in Argentina. In the beginning, there were several technology transfer in a time where it was way easier to do technology transfer contracts in space technology. And this is actually using, in the beginning, French technology. And this is one of the sounding rockets that later evolved into larger rockets. You can see here, this is the Castor rocket that was developed in 1968. This was a two-stage rocket, all solid propellant. There will be 4 stages in the first, 4 rockets in the first stage and 1 in the second one. And these had an apogee of 470 kilometers with 75 kilograms of a payload. And again, of course, this was sounding rocket, so we were still far of trying to satellites anything, right? During the 80s, there was development on larger rockets. Again, solid propellants. Again, you can see here the first stage of the Condor rocket, which was 88 centimeters of diameter. It was a large rocket motor. You can see there during a static test. And in 1990, Argentina launched the first satellite, which was an amateur satellite, the LUSat-1, in January 1990. It was a pretty successful satellite. Even nowadays, you can still hear the Morse code the Morse code signal of the LUSAT-1, which is still active, which is, well, very unusual. And the satellite with the rocket, that's a Molnia from Plesetsk in Russia. The picture in the center is the Victor or MUSAT, which is considered the first Argentinian satellite launched in 1996 from Russia. Since then, with the creation of the National Space Activity Commission in the 90s, several Argentinian scientific satellites were launched, between them the SAC-B for solar physics, the SAC-A, SAC-C, SAC-D, several satellites, each one being more complex than the one before. And I don't know if you saw the news, but just past week, Argentina placed in orbit from Kourou using an Ariane rocket, our first geosynchronous satellite, the ARSAT-1, which is safely in orbit right now, which was a major undertaking for the country, because this is a very large satellite using it's a communication satellite that was being placed in one of the two geosynchronous positions that Argentina is holding, and was just launched past week. So this was built in Argentina, in Bariloche, in the Argentinian Patagonia, and mainly from European components through several contracts with Astrium and some other European companies, but it was assembled and tested in Argentina. So here you can see just some parameters of the ARSAT that in the next couple of weeks will be hopefully will be operational if everything goes according to plan. Now, talking about launchers, as I showed you before, Argentina has been interested in launchers for a long, long time. Since we can remember the 80s, where the Condor, which was a dual use, was a missile and hopefully a satellite launcher, and this project was deactivated in 1981 due to international pressure. So at that point, for a while, Argentina didn't have the chance of building launchers, and there was just a lot of people who were not very happy with us doing these kind of experiments. So for some years, we refrained of any research on launchers until more recently and this is a mock-up of the Tronador 2, which is, this is a mock-up of a satellite launcher that we are developing right now. And you can see, actually in the next picture, this is the second stage of the Tronador that has been tested recently. This is this picture is from actually 2 months ago. The first test was unsuccessful; it was a failure, and the second test that took place just a couple of months ago was successful. And again, this is just the second stage. There is still a long way to go. This is a LEO launcher of about 200 kilograms that will be able to place it in polar orbits just because of geography. We have no other option. So, so this is a test that took place about 150 kilometers south of Buenos Aires, but now the CONAE is building a larger launch site about 600 kilometers south of Buenos Aires as well. And there will be 2 or 3 tracking stations that will be along the coast of Argentina in the Patagonia, so we'll be able to follow the rocket until the satellite is in orbit. You can see here just a sequence of that second test that was successful. Again, there is still a long way to go because these are just some experiments. I don't think that we'll be able to have an operational satellite launcher in less than 2 or 3 years, but we'll see. Talking briefly about the organization I represent, the Argentinian Association for Space Technology. As I said before, it was founded in 87, and we had several projects that we did in collaboration with NASA and other agencies. One of them was the project PADE meaning Paquete Argentino de Experimentos, Argentina Experiment Package, and was a 7 experiments built by Argentina universities that flew in the Space Shuttle Endeavour in 2001. And they spent 2 weeks in space. It was a very interesting experience for us because we had to learn how to certify a payload for a human-rated spacecraft. And certifying anything for the space shuttle was a complete nightmare. So it was really, really hard for us to be able to have this experiment approved. And it was a fairly large, it was a 50 centimeters by 80 centimeters, 50 kilograms payload. But we were able to put it together at the Kennedy Space Center and have it launched and retrieved successfully. A little bit later, in 2007, we launched the Pehuen-Sat-1. Pehuen is a typical tree of the Patagonia, and it was built between the University of Comahue in the south of Argentina and the Argentina Association for Space Technology. It was a very basic satellite. It was a 5-kilogram satellite that was mounted into the PSLV, the ISRO, the Indian Space Research Organization, PSLV, and you can see over there the very, very small Pehuen-Sat in there with the huge Cartosat, which was a Earth resources satellite, and it's just right there. But it was also a great experience for us, and we were able to develop a very interesting relationship, working relationship with ISRO. And just very recently, in a couple of weeks ago in Toronto, in the International Astronautical Congress, we were able to sign an agreement for a continuation of our relationship with India, which will allow us to launch our future payloads with them. So right now, our next step, and I'm talking about the Argentinian Association for Space Technology, is to develop a smaller satellite. What we did discover is that the CubeSats were a little bit too small for what we wanted to do, so we wanted to build something a little bit bigger, but trying to take advantage of the standard of the CubeSat, what we think is a great idea. So, and of course, the CubeSat allowed many organizations around the world to build their own satellites at a very low cost, but we thought that, well, perhaps because of size, talking about 1 unit or two or three units was a little bit too small. So we kind of had this idea of building a little bit of a bigger structure that I'll talk here for a moment. You can see, I'll show you in a moment here, but we felt that a larger volume was going to give us the opportunity to accommodate a larger payload. Many have more solar panel surface, and that will generate better possibilities. So we did a team with a private company to try to develop this larger structure and make it in a serialized manner, and build also a launcher. So we'll have a kind of a bigger launching deployment system with 3 satellites. Basically, it's a CubeSat. The only difference is that instead of being 10 by 10 by 10, it's 20 by 20 by 20. And the box will allow us to launch 3 satellites in one time, just like the CubeSat. But basically, will be a 8-unit if you want to talk in CubeSat jargon here. And we build it in a way where we'll be able to use all the electronics that has been already developed for the CubeSat, but being able to put 4 in each floor. So you can see here the comparison between the typical 1-unit CubeSat and what we are building. We are right now planning for a launch on with an Argentinian nanosatellite with ISRO PSLV in early 2016 or middle 2016, and we're looking for interested parties to accommodate 2 additional satellites, because we build the deployment mechanism, and we build the structures. We just need interested organizations or universities that will be, and because of the pricing that we negotiated with ISRO, the cost is pretty much the same cost that it will take you to launch a CubeSat, a regular CubeSat. So that's pretty much what we're looking at right now. And the PSLV flight that we are aiming to is 740 kilometers orbit. So that means that, for example, the PEWENSAT-1 that was launched in the same orbit, 740 kilometers, is still at 620 or something like that. So the good thing and bad thing at the same time is that in this kind of orbits, the satellites can stay in space for a long, long, long time. So anyways, this is kind of the end of my presentation. And again, if there is any interest in any of the projects that you are working, we'll be very happy to collaborate with any of you in these 2 additional satellite opportunities that we'll have for middle of 2016. And that ends my presentation, and there is my email in case you want to contact me, or you can contact me during the days of the symposium. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. We have one question here in front, please.
Very much. I'm Carlos Duarte from the Mexican Space Agency. I'm the head of education. And considering your this satellite that you want to deploy next year, and you mentioned the high orbit, are you considering putting rockets to decommission the satellite?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, considering putting rockets, thrusters to decommission the satellite?
Not at this point, but we have been discussing about that because there is some interest in one particular project that we are talking with some other country in Latin America, that they will be interested in a certain electric, actually, propulsion. So not for our satellite, which will be mainly ham radio, but is a possibility, certainly, yes. Each satellite will be about 10 kilograms maximum. So we have a total of 30 kilograms plus the box, the launching mechanism. So in 10 kilograms, especially nowadays, you can do a lot of things. So, you know, that is a possibility, yeah.
Mr. Pablo de Leon, I saw your book, History of Argentina, signed by you as a gift to Professor Gerardo Saucedo.
Yes,
I am
sure.
working with him. And I found really interesting the part where you said that you are doing some testing for your rocket. And so you have launched the rocket, right? And
yes, the rocket was launched 2 months ago from Argentina, but again, it was a test of the second stage. So as I said before, it's still a long way to go to be able to orbit anything, you know, I mean, but we are on that path. So that's the idea, that we'll have in Argentina a small satellite launcher in probably 2 or 3 years if everything goes according to plan.
Okay, so then my question is, which might be the next milestone after making this successful testing of the second rocket that you launched 2 months ago? So which might be the milestone?
Well, the thing is, right now we are working in the development, and when I say we, it's actually, I mean, it's like Messi playing football. All Argentina, we say we, but actually it's him. So right now, what CONAI is working with all the partners is the development of turbo pumps to be able to handle the cryogenic liquid oxygen and the RP1 and the kerosene. So, you know, these next steps are not very spectacular, but are the ones that will move us forward with the first stage, which is still the big question mark of how that's going to work. So, and of course, you know, there are satellite, right now we have several universities that have been involved with the satellite development, so there will be plenty of satellites, and I'm sure that the government of Argentina will welcome any satellite, in particular from Latin America and the Caribbean, to be launched with the satellite, with the rocket if is available in the next few years.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Is there any other question? Okay, I have one question, one short
Sure.
question. Do you have any specific document for the standard that you were proposing here?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Do
the
you
question?
have any specific document for the standard that you are proposing here?
Yes, we have several of the dimensions of the structure and all that. So yeah, I don't have it right here with me, the link, but yeah, we'll be able to give you a copy of that.
It may be of great interest to the community.
Sure, certainly, yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
I have one more short announcement to do, and this is that there are parking permits available for those of you who have your own cars here. Please go to the register counter in order to give your data to obtain them for coming here tomorrow with your cars. And one final question from the organization to have all the speakers available here in this session for a photo for the media, and that's it. This is the end of session 1. I understand that we are very tight on schedule, so I don't know exactly which is the time for the break before the session, the 4 p.m. session. Do you have any? Okay. Then, if it's up to me, then we have 15 minutes left for the beginning of the next session, please. Thank you very much.
Voy a presentar un board.
Ok.
Rápidamente.
Muy bien. Permíteme tantito. Sí.
Bueno, ahora sí vamos a subir. El compañero de Chile no participa.
De la...
Sí, confidencial.
No, pero tiene razón.
Es mejor.
Yo no sé que en Chile eso es más, digo, pero es oficial de gobierno, de Estado, de gobierno.
Sí, claro.
Pero me dice que no, que es... Tiene razón. Los militares no son ahí.
Claro. Vamos a saludar a este hombre. ¿Funciona o no funciona?
Ahí va. Pero sí parece que va a valer. Sí, el problema era en la Mac que no funciona, pero en Windows no tiene ningún problema. Un poco lento. Lento pero seguro. Ay.
Permiso.
Can you give me another one?
Yes.
So I can send you my presentation.
Yes.
Or I can.
Oh, there is my email. Both are my email, so you can. Yeah. Ah, ya cargó todo, ¿no? Sí. Espérame. Ya. Sí. Gracias.
Nos ponemos mi Word.
Sí.
A ver si
Sí.
quiero verlo. Te lo tenía que dar un día antes, ¿no? Hay dos maneras. Que no te lo den, nos pongamos en plan de grabador.
Ajá, ya está.
Sí, bueno, sí, sí, 2, 3, sí, probando audio, sí, hey. Sí, bueno, sí, 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 sí. 2, 3, 2, 3, sí, hey, sí. ¿No? Sí. Sí, bueno, sí, sí, sí. Sí, 2, 3, 2, 3, sí. Hey, sí. 2. Sí, bueno, sí, 2, 3, 2, sí. Bueno, sí, sí, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, sí. Sí. Sí, bueno, sí, sí, 2, 2.
1, 2. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes. Thank you. Sí.
Había un micrófono negro grande.
Entonces, bueno, que usen los que están ahí, ¿no?
Pero necesitan uno más, al parecer hay una falla.
El de en medio es para transmisión a internet. Thank you, everyone. We are close to finish the very productive first day of this workshop, and we have a really a pleasure to have and to host this first panel of the event. The idea of this panel is to start to foster some discussions about how we can explore more topics in cooperation. So we ask our panelists to talk about the prospect plans, ambitions in Latin America and the Caribbean. So the idea is how to try to comment and share experience based on that. And let me introduce our panelists. We have from Ecuador, the engineer Freddy Robles, that is the colonel from the Ecuadorian Air Force, and is also the director of Institute of Ecuadorian Space. Thank you. No, just to let me, please, welcome there. Thank you. Also, we have from Venezuela, Mario Inver, that is the executive director of the Bolivarian Agency for Space Activities. Thank you so much. We have also to Carlos Alvarado that we already have the opportunity to listen, and he came in representation of the Central American Association from Space Aeronautic. Thank you. And as a host of all the distinguished guests, we have, of course, Dr. Javier Mendieta, that is the General Director of the Mexican Space Agency. So, the idea is to have some topics to start the discussion, but we are going to give the opportunity to the engineer Freddy Robles, to Coronel, in order to make the presentation that he prepared for this event. Please. Entonces, tiene PowerPoint, ¿verdad? ¿Quedamos acá? ¿Este?
No, ciérralo. Bájalo, está abierto, estaba abierto. No, con esta misma.
Es porque no se ve aquí, tenemos que proyectar. Se puede ver en la pantalla.
Damas y caballeros, muy buenas tardes. Reciban un fraternal saludo de quienes conformamos el Instituto Espacial Ecuatoriano. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a warm welcome from the Equatorial Institute.
A continuación, daré a conocer en síntesis quiénes somos y qué hacemos.
He's going to present what they do and what they are.
El Instituto Espacial Ecuatoriano tiene como misión fundamental mantener e impulsar la investigación científica y el desarrollo tecnológico espacial y el incremento de la cultura aeroespacial que contribuyan a la defensa y desarrollo nacional. Mantenemos como una visión que el Instituto Espacial Ecuatoriano tiene como visión ser un ente técnico, científico y estratégico en el ámbito espacial con reconocimiento a nivel mundial, apoyando al desarrollo sustentable, defensa y seguridad del Estado. Tiene la gran tarea y responsabilidad de cumplir con los objetivos para el cual fue creado, los mismos que propician el desarrollo aeroespacial en el Ecuador, generando geoinformación estratégica útil para el desarrollo y la defensa integral del territorio nacional.
The vision is, the goal is for 2030 is to be an technical and scientific strategy in the space environment with the recognition worldwide, helping the sustainable development of the defense security of the state. In behalf of the investigation and development technology aerospace. For the state, equatorial state, push the rights of the synchronous orbit.
Para cumplir con este objetivo se han delineado los siguientes objetivos institucionales.
The main objectives are investigation, scientific investigation of the space.
Investigación científica del espacio exterior próximo a la Tierra y del espacio ultraterrestre y desarrollo de la tecnología espacial.
One of the goals is the scientific investigation of the space.
Investigación aplicada para observación de la Tierra, percepción remota y sistemas de información geográfica.
The second goal is applied investigation for remote sensing and applied
gestión de información temática orientada a la defensa, apoyo al desarrollo e inventario de los recursos naturales.
Thematic geoinformation.
Ejercicio de los derechos sobre los segmentos correspondientes a la órbita geoestacionaria y a la promoción del uso pacífico del espacio ultraterrestre.
The third object is rights of the synchronous orbit in the geostationary orbit.
Y coordinación de programas y proyectos en el área espacial conforme a los objetivos del desarrollo nacional.
Coordination of programs and projects.
A continuación daré a conocer las actividades cumplidas en cada uno de estos objetivos planteados. Como proyectos institucionales, tenemos en el campo de la investigación científica, del espacio exterior próximo a la Tierra y del espacio ultraterrestre y en el desarrollo de tecnología espacial.
Now he's going to talk about their topics. This is the first topic, methodology, spectral and space methodology. This is the first project, hyperspectral and spatial project.
El Instituto Espacial Ecuatoriano ha iniciado el proyecto de investigación Incidencia del Cambio Climático y Nutrición en cultivos de arroz, maíz duro y papa, con modelos de predicción de cosechas mediante métodos espaciales y espectrales, que tienen como objetivo generar modelos de predicción de cosechas, manejo agronómico de cultivos y agrometeorología, basados en metodologías espaciales y espectrales que apoyen los cambios a la matriz productiva del sector agrícola, como estrategia tecnológica para reducir la vulnerabilidad del sector agrícola al cambio climático.
In the field of the scientific research, the exterior space proximate next to the Earth and the space in the development of technology, spatial technology, the Equatorial Space Institute has started the project of research called Global Warming Change in Nutrition of the corn and space in the field of remote sensing.
Okay. Uno de los productos importantes de este proyecto es la creación de un prototipo de espectro radiómetro de alta funcionalidad y de portabilidad, mismo que constituye la base para el desarrollo de sensores que podrían ser utilizados en plataformas aéreas y espaciales con múltiples usos para el desarrollo y la defensa del país.
One of the most important products of this project is the creation of a prototype of the radiometric spectrum of high functionality in the portability. It's the same that constructs the base for the development of sensors that could be used for the platform areas in spatial with multiple uses for the development and the defense of the country. This will help to the decrease of the technological dependence, potentializing the subject in space technology.
Este proyecto cuenta con la participación de un equipo de profesionales multidisciplinarios, así como de prometeos nacionales y extranjeros que han sido beneficiados por el programa Prometeo de la Secretaría Nacional de Educación Superior, Ciencia y Tecnología.
This project comes with the participation of a professional teams, multidisciplinary, and the national and foreign Prometheus that has been benefited by the program Prometeo of the National Secretary of Science, Superior Education, Technology and Innovation, called CENESID.
En la gestión de geoinformación temática orientada a la defensa, apoyo al desarrollo e inventario de los recursos naturales, el Instituto viene ejecutando el proyecto de inversión, generación de geoinformación para la gestión del territorio a nivel nacional, cuyo objetivo principal es la de generar 117,000 kilómetros cuadrados de geoinformación temática en los aspectos biofísico y socioeconómicos de carácter multipropósito a nivel nacional, de libre acceso para todas las instituciones del Estado, las mismas que ingresan directamente al Sistema Nacional de Información de la Secretaría Nacional de Planificación y Desarrollo, constituyendo una herramienta para actualizar los planes de desarrollo y ordenamiento territorial de los gobiernos autónomos descentralizados.
In the management of the thematic of geoinformation oriented to defense, in the support of development, human resources, the Institute has been ejecting the project of inversion called Generation of Geoinformation for the management of the territory in the national level, which main objective is to generate 1,734 square kilometers.
En lo referente a la investigación aplicada para la observación de la Tierra, percepción remota y sistemas de información geográfica, se está desarrollando y ejecutando el proyecto de investigación Tecnología espacial y geofísica en la gestión de riesgos geodinámicos externos para la prevención y mitigación de inundaciones y crecidas torrenciales.
The applied research for the Earth observation, remote sensing, and geographic systems, the Institute is developing and ejecting the project of research called Spatial Technology in Geophysics in the Management of Risk, coordinated by extern the prevention, mitigation, and flooding for raining.
En esta línea también se encuentran aprobados por la CENESID los proyectos de investigación, desarrollo de metodologías integrales para la identificación de vegetación contaminadas por hidrocarburos, mediante el uso de tecnologías espaciales, espectroscopía e imágenes.
On this line is also being proved for the CENESID the projects of research called Developing Methodologies for the Identification of vegetables that has been damaged by hydrocarbons with the space technology, spectral space technology and spectroscopy for images.
También nos encontramos desarrollando el proyecto Modelos Matemáticos de Dinámica Ecológica sobre Chagas, Leishmanía y Malaria, mediante el desarrollo y aplicaciones de tecnología espacial.
They are also working in some mathematical projects of dynamics of Chagas, Leishmania, malaria, with the developing and application of spatial technology.
En el campo de desarrollo tecnológicos, vamos a iniciar el proyecto de inversión, diseño, fabricación y operación del satélite ecuatoriano de observación terrestre General Eloy Alfaro Delgado, con un plazo de ejecución desde el 2015 hasta el 2018.
In the field of technology development, they are going to start working with the project design, construction and operation of the equatorial satellite for observation, terrestrial observation, Eloy Alfaro Delgado, from 2015 to 2018.
El Instituto Espacial Ecuatoriano, además, hasta el momento ha visualizado 4 áreas de investigación, las cuales vamos a detallar a continuación.
The Institute has been working in 4 areas of research that they are going to talk about later.
Que son la astronáutica,
Astronautics,
observación espacial, Spatial observation,
spatial observation,
clima espacial,
spatial weather,
y desarrollo y aplicaciones de tecnologías espaciales, principalmente dedicadas hacia las áreas de telecomunicaciones, observación de la Tierra, sistemas de navegación satelital e investigación espacial.
Development application of spatial technologies on the next areas: telecommunications, observation, Earth observation, and satellite navigation systems.
Para el cumplimiento de estas actividades se prevé a corto plazo formar y capacitar al personal técnico en las áreas del conocimiento espacial y fortalecer las capacidades tecnológicas del Centro de Operaciones Espaciales Cotopaxi, mediante la construcción de infraestructura adecuada, la adquisición e integración de equipos y sistemas especializados y la implementación de laboratorios que aseguren el soporte técnico-científico necesarios para la operación espacial.
For doing these activities, is going to, in the short term, they are going to form and capacity technical resources, human resources in the areas of knowledge, space knowledge, and in the technology capacities for the Center of Operations of the Space, Cotopaxi, with the construction of infrastructure, the acquisition of integral equipment, and specialized systems for the implementation of laboratories that make sure that the technical support and scientific will be held of the space operation of the space.
Estamos desarrollando también algunos proyectos en el ámbito nacional, como por ejemplo, la coordinación y la planificación y ejecución de los proyectos con las escuelas politécnicas, las universidades y todos los institutos públicos del Estado.
They are working with the universities of the state.
En el ámbito internacional también nos encontramos realizando aportes en el tema de seguridad nacional, conjuntamente con Colombia, en dos proyectos. El COTIMON, que es la Comisión Interinstitucional de Monitoreo de Cultivos Ilícitos.
In the field of international cooperation, they are also working with external support. In the field of national security, they have been working with interinstitutional commission for the monitoring of illicit fields, COTIMON.
De igual manera, participamos en el Comité Técnico Binacional de Asuntos Ambientales Ecuador-Colombia.
They are also working in the Comité Técnico Binacional of Ambiental Business, Ecuador-Colombia.
Actualmente nos encontramos desarrollando coordinaciones con diferentes países, tales como Rusia, Francia, Bélgica, España, entre otros, con el objetivo de afianzar y analizar la factibilidad de establecer alianzas estratégicas en el ámbito tecnológico científico.
They are also working with several countries like Russia, France, Bélgica, Spain, among others.
Así como también en el área de transferencia de tecnología, y así obtener un trabajo mancomunado alrededor del proyecto Diseño, Fabricación y Operación del Satélite Ecuatoriano.
To work with the common work, design, fabrication and operation of the satellite, equatorial satellite, for Earth observation.
En síntesis, estas han sido las principales actividades que hemos venido desarrollando en estos 2 años de vida institucional. Agradezco a los organizadores de este magno evento por haber hecho posible vuestra participación, que sin lugar a dudas nos ha permitido visualizar los avances tecnológicos que se vienen ejecutando en el ámbito espacial y que nos servirán de guía para continuar con los emprendimientos que estamos desarrollando en el Ecuador, para concretar nuestro eslogan, superando los límites del universo.
He wants to thank all the organization for this event, and he wants to finalize with their slogan, overcoming the limits with the universe.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gracias. Let's go to start now with some of the questions related with the continue the discussions. With the topic. So, and I have some of the topics that already we want to address. That is, one is, what is the status of the space technology development efforts in Latin America and the Caribbean? Already we have been under the discussions, and the previous session was, I think, a really, really excellent introduction about what is happening in Latin America, but based on the countries that already, we already have the opportunity to listen from Ecuador, but probably we want to listen a little bit more about Venezuela. What is happening in terms of technology development, please?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here and honored to address this symposium. My name is Mariano Imber. I'm a representative from ABAE, which is the Bolivarian Agency for Space Activities in my country. To give you a brief introduction, we are working in the different areas for space technology since 2004. We have launched our first geosynchronous satellite in 2008. In 2012, we have launched the Miranda satellite, which is remote sensing satellite. And right now we are finishing to build a research center, which will have the we will have the possibility to design, assemble, integrate, and test small satellites till 1,000 kilograms or less. So that's a very short introduction. We are right now working with China for the next satellite, which will be launched in 2017. This is the first satellite that will be built in Venezuela, and it will be also in cooperation with China. It will have a high-resolution camera for about 1 meter and another sensor for the infrared spectrum. Besides, we have been working, even before we launched the first satellite, we are trying to promote and develop educational capabilities in our country. So we have different courses, especially for applications like remote sensing applications or global navigation systems. So to now we have more than 3,000 people in different areas. Not all of them are professionals, but some of them are school teachers that they can learn how to read some satellite image and do some analysis. And then what we want is the teachers teach the students and the communities how to react, or how to when there is a natural disaster or some emergency, they can use a satellite image to do some work after the disaster. And there are other many different applications that we want to teach the society and make the space technology and applications accessible to all the people in my country. Another thing that we would like to tell you is about the regional cooperation, that we have good relations with different space agencies in the region, but we think that the best way to promote or to establish the capacity building in our countries is to start small projects, maybe, or projects like building a nanosatellite constellation, so the countries that don't have the possibility right now to have a satellite, they can get some data and analyze this data and then share the experience with different other countries. Because I think right now some Latin countries have developed their own technology, like Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, and other countries. But most of these countries have like many years, at least like 30 years experience in applications. Although they didn't have the launch a rocket or build their own satellites, they have a lot of experience in processing, image processing, or applying this image to different sectors. So we should recognize this knowledge and try to all come together and build like different networks to promote and provide applications and data for the maybe the less developed countries. So that's some ideas I wanted to give. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, as part of the discussion also, we want to explore what are the prospects, plans, and opportunities for regional cooperation. So let me ask Dr. Mendieta probably to speak more about the regional efforts that as a Latin American countries we can start to lead and conclude. And as he asked to put some...
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. We have been very pleased to hear about the national efforts, which of course are, all of them include a high percentage of international networking, contacts, influence, purchases, training, students, and influence on the space policy, on the economic rationale, and of course, all of them in view of a global responsibility towards environment, the challenges of the planet and the society. I will present an initiative that last year Mexican Space Agency, in coordination with the International Academy of Astronautics, developed it as an effort to start a conversation between Latin American space agencies or space institutions, because there are countries that doesn't have a space agency. Together with the IAA, International Academy of Astronautics, we called a meeting in Bogota at the end of last year, and we received we invited almost all the countries of Latin America and Caribbean, and in this first meeting we received the representatives from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, and Peru. This is in alphabetical order. And the participation of the General Secretary of the IAA, Jean-Michel Fontan. Here are the conclusions, but first the objectives of the workshop developed during 3 years in the University Sergio Arboleda in Bogota were to provide an informational forum for exchange of ideas on the space interest and needs of the different countries, to identify areas of common interest which could evolve into areas of collaboration, and an eventual regional strategic plan to jointly address regional space interests. We had very fruitful discussions. I will present you the conclusions. I have to tell you that these conclusions were presented at the Head of Space Agency Summit in Washington, D.C. at the beginning of this year, 2014. The next meeting will be in Peru at the end of 2014. In order to, I will explain later after presenting briefly the conclusions. I had to say that the government of Colombia was very involved in this initiative. Even the vice president of the former government was directly involved in these activities. Then there were 12 conclusions. I will make a diagonal reading. First, the need to access space technology. How we can accelerate the access to the space technology, the training, the use of the technology, and particularly on the things that more affect us in a global perspective, in a regional perspective, that are climate change and disaster prevention and mitigations. All of these are the core, the attractors, and we will consider these goals as the elements to develop technology, to train people, to develop our scientific activities, and also our university curricula, and of course, very important, the development of the industries in every country. Second, to define the needs and the steps to be followed regarding climate change and disaster prevention and mitigation, to establish instruments and the technical characteristics of Latin American as well as global satellite missions based on the principle of collaboration. This was the Bogota Declaration. It was a signed document by all the participant delegations. The need to coordinate efforts among Latin American countries with the objective of sharing space information regarding climate change, disaster prevention and mitigation, compilation of existing and future capacities in order to avoid duplicate efforts, the creation of a regional map of threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. 4, to establish joint and coordinated projects in order to make the best use of the free and open access satellite databases. 5, the need to establish common efforts in order to negotiate the purchase of satellite images and data to reduce costs. 6, the need to find new economic models in order to bring about investment in space technology. Finally, this is a crucial issue, and all the countries are concerned by how the balance between purchasing, developing, coping, adapting, creating, in the view of the market demand, the technology push, the risks, and the best practices in other countries, developed countries and developing countries. We were happy to receive all the participants, and among which, of course, Brazil and Argentina are the countries which have developed a status of technology more advanced in Latin America. 7, to create a regional mechanism in order to provide satellite data that will contribute to the development of early warning system for disaster prevention. As you know, in Latin America, we are vulnerable to all the disasters imaginable. To share methodologies and to adopt a universal language, pictorial or colors, in order to avoid language problems regarding early warnings. Here, I have to tell you that this was very influenced by the disafortunate events of the tsunami in the Chilean coasts a few time ago. Establish a map of the national agencies and structures in charge of disasters in order to reach a better coordination. 9, this is the ALAS. ALAS means wings in Spanish initials, a Latin American Alliance of Space Agencies, in order to foster and promote the development of collaboration projects and programs in areas of interest of the countries of Latin America, as well in common areas of the region. Of course, this is a very difficult task, it needs lots of conversations, coordination, complementarity. But the example that we may follow, and is the only example in the world, is the European Space Agency that has provided a lot of benefits, lot of benefits for the region and for the humankind. Of course, there's complicated coordination, priorities, national interests. But even Canada is a part of associated member, so that's a very good example of a collaboration. It's difficult, but as Kennedy said several times ago, we want to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's difficult. And this, alas, is our trip to the moon for Latin American countries. To seek that each national space agency or commission defined up to 6, this is an arbitrary number, areas of priority at national level in order to identify common problems and provide concrete solutions in a cooperatively fashion. 11, to identify and discuss the restrictions and limitations to access space technology and propose solutions in the benefit of cooperation among the countries of Latin America. And the 12 is we recognize the coordination that we maintain with the International Academy of Astronautics to emphasize the need to participate in purpose studies by the experts of the countries in the different fields activities. We distributed this document to all the invited countries, those who attended and those who did not attend. And the rationale behind this is trying to accelerate the access to the space, try to involve all the actors, try to select those niches that simultaneously will contribute to tackle these regional challenges, at the same time developing our industry, our academics, and our human capital, and particularly finding niche of complementarity because of common concerns, similar geopolitical situation, and many other opportunities that can arise when people connect, when we network, and we share our concerns, our best practices, and our willingness to collaborate among the Latin American countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mendieta. And the other topic is that we want to explore what other opportunities we have in order to cooperation. And for that, our colleague from Costa Rica asked me first to put to show a video that is related with the activities that are conducted in Costa Rica, and then we are going to listen some comments about what opportunities from the point of view of Costa Rica and Central America is having a view from that aspect. So let me move this here.
Check out this. Or maybe I would like to talk a little bit before show the video.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I would like to address the first two, the point 2 and 3 of the declaration that Mr. Javier Mendieta mentioned concerning the opportunities of collaboration of our region. And I'm talking about climate change. Our region, of course, has lost lots of interests concerning disaster management, environmental issues. But I think concerning this situation of the challenge that we have to face in the next years, climate change is the most important issue that we have to explore in the next years. Next year, in 2015, the Kyoto Protocol will end, and in Paris, in the COP conference, they will meet and they will sign an agreement concerning the Paris Protocol for all the new rules that the world will follow in the next decade. And I think that there is an interesting opportunity for the Latin American region in order to develop technology, space technology, for CO2 concentrations, fluxes monitoring for in the future. So this is the reason, because our very first project, and I will of course take the opportunity for showing the video that I wanted to show before in my presentation. I think this is the moment when if we really can agree the mechanism for cooperation in the, especially for the countries that are located in the tropical belt. Mexico is one of those, and all the Central American region, Ecuador, Bolivia, Venezuela, all the countries that are involved in Latin America now in climate change issues, we can develop a system that could be scalable to MRV, monitoring, report, and verifications concentration of CO2. But of course, not yet, but we have the opportunity for develop the capacities. So this is the reason, because we decided to address our mission of our very first satellite for climate change and CO2 monitoring and climate parameters. So I would just like to show you the video. It's very fast, just 1 minute. And just in order to have a clear vision of what is the mission, and maybe this could generate an interesting discussion between the parts. This is the first. As I told you before, we are working in partnership with the Costa Rican Institute of Technology. So we're trying to involve the academia in these kind of initiatives. Of course, with the Ministry of Environment and Energy. And there are ground stations that measures CO2 concentration that exists. What we try to do is to upload information, taking advantage of the CubeSat technology. So how can you involve government, industry, and academia in a project that could have a good application for climate change? Having almost in a real time, 3 times per day, data of CO2 concentrations, protected areas. Thank you very much. Well, I think this is very aligned with the objectives and the declaration of Colombia that Mr. Mendieta explained very well. Of course, Costa Rica, or our representation of the government, ACAE, our organization, and all the participants are very supportive of this idea of also creating a Latin American alliance of space agencies. And of course, our ambition is to get involved the rest of the countries of Central America in order to create a regional agency. And this regional agency, Central American Agency of Space Development, will be part of ALAS. This is part of our ambition, and I would just like to thank Mr. Mendieta for the opportunity, and of course, publicly express my support to this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now is a nice opportunity to open the floor to any questions, any comments. Particularly, we want to take the opportunity that we have overseas visitors in order to listen some experience that can help our region to make a better regional cooperation? What best practice or what comment, what suggestions, or any other questions related with the topic of that we are trying to discuss, how to develop opportunities of regional cooperation, or opportunities to a joint cooperation between different regions that can improve the development of technology in our region will be most than welcome. So please feel free to ask for the question, and we are willing to listen any contributions to the discussions also.
Tom Segert, Berlin Space Technologies. I have a question regarding the last presentation, especially the CO2 monitoring. As far as I understood, that was a storm-forward system, and the intelligence was in the ground segment that basically measured the CO2 system. Have you looked into other methods that particularly use space sensors? Because what you're now using is in situ sensors and basically collecting this data from space, but have you looked also into other systems which would then just use space sensors to detect these CO2 monitoring?
Yes, okay. This is a very good question because it's very common in Costa Rica, people that knows about the field that ask us. It is possible to transmit this information not using space technology? Yes, it's possible. We can, of course, transmit information using, I don't know, GPRS or mobile networks or internet, I don't know. But in our case, what we want to do is to develop capacities. And this is different, and this is difficult for a country with never have been done a project like this. So the second thing that we try to develop is that in other areas, for example, where you can find the capacity or the possibility for transmit information via internet, we can take advantage of this for scale the technology, for example, to other kind of applications.
I'm sorry,
yes.
Luke Davis, United States, also Berlin Space Technologies. The question actually was using space-based sensors.
Okay,
yeah,
okay, I understand, sorry. Well, that's another application, and of course, and I think we tried to develop the technology with a low risk. So we decided to develop the sensors on ground in order to, because this is our very first effort, our very first project, we try to minimize the risk at the minimum in order to do it. But of course, in the future, maybe we can develop sensors in the space. Thank you. So sorry, I think I understood about the question. Thank you.
Yeah, with regards to this proposed alliance of space agencies, what kinds of actions are you proposing regarding human capital development, like exchange of experts and students? Are there any proposed actions in that regard?
Yes, I think that's the central part of any exchange program, and the more logical, more predictable, and more essential at the end of the day. And that's all the countries invest in this activity. And the philosophy of the Bogota Declaration is training in two times. First, training in a specific niche of collaboration. Second, training the trainers. That means training the professors that will come back to the country and multiply effect in their universities, industries, research centers. And also trying to balance the technical training with the academic and university training. That's also a matter of intense discussion. How, because in all the Latin American countries, at least those that were participating in the Bogota Declaration, we found a lot of academic fundamental research in many things related to space, as Earth observation, radiometry, astrophysics, the orbital dynamics, at the fundamental academic level. However, in the conversion from the academic world to the industry, I would make the simplistic analogy of we have been very good in converting money into knowledge, academic knowledge, thesis, infrastructure, but the other way around, converting knowledge into money. Not money in the mechanicistic or monetary aspect, but in creating value, in progress, and of course, economic revenue is much more not so common. I would not say more difficult, because developing research capacities is still very, very difficult. CICESE, this institution, is an example of developing a very good science. Then the how to balance the generation of fundamental knowledge with the user-oriented, or the economic value, or the revenue, because the countries or the states of a country invest money to recover the investment, even at the very long term, in the form of industries created that will provide taxes that hopefully the government will reinvest in the initial part of the scientific creation, human capital formation. And that's a very, very important matter of discussion in all this. But the rationale behind is targeting these niche applications and form human capital in this niche of opportunities.
Thank you so much. Any other comment?
Is this working? Yes. Andrea from SJC. So since we're talking now like in the Latin American region, Central and South America, basically there is a lot of emerging countries in the space sector. So one of the things that are more difficult, that we also experience in Europe and even in the big players, is the outreach, like convincing the general public itself about the importance of space, or how space can actually benefit all of us on a daily basis. So I think one of the most important things in the region is to convince the public, to convince them that they benefit from the investment that the government invests on space and space technologies, that they get applications back to them. So is your organizations working on these outreach programs, or you talked already about education, but outreach itself? Do you really promote media? Do you really go to schools to talk about kids? Or do you even have public events where you invite the general public to see your facilities and all these kind of things? So do you have programs? And also, everybody in the audience, if you also have this type of projects that you support, or the best practices you do on this topic. Thanks.
That's a very good question. I want to talk about our experience in Venezuela. We have, the government has a program which is called Canaima. This project is to give the students, junior students at the very first levels, the very small computer like a netbook or something like that. And we are writing some applications for these computers to have some sort of educational software for kids. And we believe that if we start from showing the kids what does the space technology work is useful for, and how the society can benefit from it, we will have like you said, the public aware and conscious about the importance. And this is one way that we can show the people using software, using maybe some web applications that shows more detailed information about how do you use a satellite image for environmental monitoring, or for crops monitoring, or for any kind of applications. And on the other hand, we also want to bring this knowledge to the general public. Like some communities, maybe they don't have access for formal education or any other kind of education, but we can deliver them some very simple kits with some information about their area, with a satellite image where they are living, and some very few how to say, something like what can you do in your community with a satellite image. So this is a very easy way to get this information to the people. I think these programs can be massive if you want. We can build and work together with different countries to maybe build some very complete and kit to give the people, and try to make them understand what is and why do we need space technology.
Just for complement the answer, yes. I think that public endorsement to this kind of activities that you can develop, it's very important, because that gives you the strength, the necessary strength, in order to, in our cases, we are a non-profit organization, an NGO, for pressure the decision makers, for example. So going further, what is the importance of doing outreach activities and education for the people is that the support that you will gain will be very useful in order to make some pressure to the decision makers. And well, I can mention that last week, for example, in the framework of the World Space Week, we celebrated an interesting workshop with kids, with kindergarten kids. And then we explained the benefits of satellite development, and then they were very interested. And then we feel very, very well, because we know that those kids in the future, we have a potential researchers, potential astronauts there. So we convince them, and they are dreaming now about the future and about the possibilities that the country could achieve in the future for space. So it's very important. We have a strong programming on education and outreach, and I think this is one of the more important strengths in our organization.
I will only add that this question is for all the countries, even the most developed. In this head of agencies meeting in Washington, we asked the astronaut Charles Bolden, the General Administrator of NASA, what was the main contribution of NASA to the humankind. We were speculating about the lunar Apollo program, or the fantastic Hubble images, or the Voyager, or even the privatization use of space. But he said, hey, no, the more important that the NASA has contributed to create is the inspiration to many generations of North Americans and all international people, young children, all ages, by the inspiration to the need of knowledge, to the need of having a challenge, a surprise, a novelty in the discovery, in the exploration. And also, he told us, for that, of course, we have to invest money. That there are no miracles, we have to invest money, but you have to modulate your resources, your goals. Even a water rocket, even a balloon, even a pair of binoculars observing the universe could could change the life of our young generations. On the other side, he said, of course, NASA has produced many products and byproducts and unexpected products that have found very useful application for humankind, like Velcro or many other life supporting or GPS or electronics, many things. The problem in Latin American countries is that this is very difficult to sell to our decision makers. They say, okay, that's wonderful, but that belongs to developed countries, to spacefaring countries, to the countries that access the space in the 60s. Now we have, of course, they are right, because we don't have had a success example. But if we choose this niche of these niches, if we put together all our energies and talents in Latin America, I am sure we are not very far to have even a modest success example that will find a multiplicative effect in the mind of decision makers and, of course, all the outreach in the communities.
Thank you so much. Yes, please.
So I found really interesting, you started with a question, and now with all those comments. Right now, I work in a private company here in Mexico. I am from here, from San Luis Potosí. And we have seen that we want to build the nano satellite, and also the rocket is like the first step to reach 100 kilometers. And we have seen that sometimes, or even most of the time, the people that can give you the money that can make that affordable and accessible is the government, is the big contribution of them, but most of them doesn't have any idea of what space means. They think that it's something just like to believe in sci-fi stuff and to go to the moon or just to go Mars or something. So then they think, how is that being like helping my country or my even the world? So my question for you two, Ecuador, Venezuela, Mexico, and Costa Rica, and also the other Latin American countries. So how did you deal with the government at the time of telling them, okay, guys, we need $1 million to do this thing, and how do you convince them that the thing that is going to be built will be helpful for humankind and for the country?
Thank you for your question. And it's I think it's a challenge for all of us, and it's always been a challenge, even for I think for many developed countries, to convince the people it's a good way to waste their money or to invest their money. And yeah, it's something that happens is that space technology is so expensive and so risky that most of the time you need some very high level authority to take a decision, or even the president. In our case, it was the president who was like pushing this development in Venezuela, and I think in many other countries that have taken this decision, it's the same. So what I think is, besides promoting and showing the kids and the general public what the benefits from space technologies are, we should show the authorities and our government and decision makers why do we need that and how will the country benefit. And this is not only social issues, it's also in some cases commercial issues. You can show like there is a market niche, like some of the before it says, like you can show, well, some countries have the very not quite the highest developed space technology, but they can sell some technologies like selling satellite images or selling some satellite services, and the revenue is quite big. If you see like the growing from last decade, it's been like exponentially growing the space services revenue. So that's another way you can convince the government to invest, so they can get more money and then they can keep investing and promoting this as some affordable choices.
Traduces, Enrique, va a contestar. Tienes que traducirlo, Enrique.
Como ya dijo Steve Hawking, debemos intentar comprender el comienzo del universo.
As Steve Hawking said, we need to understand how the universe started, of the beginning of the universe.
A partir de bases científicas. Puede que sea una tarea más allá de nuestras capacidades.
Starting from the scientific basis, and could be something that is beyond our capacities.
Pero al menos tenemos que intentarlo.
But at least we need to try.
¿Cómo es que Ecuador, por ejemplo, logra convencer a su gobierno para que haya ese apoyo? I'm asking the same, but in Spanish now.
El mundo tiene que está evolucionando.
The world is evolution.
Si nosotros no nos embarcamos en el andarivel de la ciencia, no llegaremos jamás a tener la tecnología y a tener los retos que el mundo actual nos obliga a que hagamos.
If we don't decide to embark in this challenge by ourselves and start in some moment, nobody's going to do this in some time. So we need to start, and we need to start to work together to do this. Bueno, debido al tiempo, si me permiten, vamos a let's go to switch. Let me to switch back to English. Sorry for that. I was making the translation in the opposite side. Sorry, just for the time, because we are just constrained with the time. We are going to have plenty of time, and the purpose of this week actually is this: try to see how we can establish collaboration, try to identify these areas in which our region can contribute not only to solve our local problems, but how we could manage to contribute to the global challenge that the space is producing to the worldwide. And this is going to be an excellent opportunity to share experience between countries that already have a very well-established space program, but at the same moment have the same problems, that to convince public opinion about how to invest in the space and how this investment is going to produce wealth in some moments, as Dr. Mendieta said before, or our local governments. And at the end, I think that it's a joint effort. We need, at the end, the government is representing people and us responding to the requests and the demands of the people. And if people normally have a different kind of priorities because they don't see that the space is in some moments so important for the day-to-day life. So it's a joint effort, I think, for everyone to convince, starting for the general public, that the space is so important in the day-to-day life that if we cannot continue to make investment in the space, we are going to have and suffer the challenge on the future in a way that is not going to be easy to deal with them. So I think that we have the excellent opportunity during this week to exchange opportunities, to exchange point of view, to exchange experience, and at the end produce an excellent document that can be a recommendation for the General Assembly in terms of what are these kind of efforts or goals or practices that we can recommend in order to deal with all this global challenge and produce a truly benefit initially for our region and as a region how we can contribute globally to the space. So let me give an applause to our excellent panel, please. And before, because looks like everyone is thinking now on the pool and the excellent cocktail that we are going to host on the Coral and Marina. Let me, because on the Coral and Marina we are not going to have the opportunity to show this video because the reception is going to be around the pool. So let me take the time. It's going to be just like 2 hours before the. No, it's just going to be a couple of minutes just to show this video, and because this is an important part. This event is possible thanks to the support of the Ministry of Communications and Transport, of course, the host institutions, CICESE, and all the sponsors. But sponsors is really a particular kind of benefits to the possibility to make this a reality. So we want to express our gratitude to all of our sponsors. And this video is from Honeywell that is really kind to support and offer us the cocktail that we are going to enjoy in a few minutes in the Hotel Coral and Marina. Let me put the video. Yes, please, to move to. Thank you again to Honeywell to host the cocktail. Just a comment, there are going to be again shuttles outside the venue to take you back to the hotels. The people that are on the hotels that are in downtown, the shuttle are going to wait for you at 6:30 to bring back to the Coral and Marina, that is the hotel in which we are going to have the cocktail. The people that are staying on the Coral and Marina, we are going to live there, have some time to refresh, and the cocktail is going to be around the pool, the swimming pool area, so it's going to be a nice event. For tomorrow, we are going to have a fixed schedule for the shuttles from the hotels, are starting at 8:20, and then from the Coral and Marina is going to be 8:30 and 45 minutes past 8 on the morning to bring you to CICESE. From Corona, Hotel Corona is going to be 20:30 on the morning. From Hotel Cortez is going to be 8:30, and from Hotel El Cid at 8:45 on the morning. So people that are staying around the city, this is going to be the pickup places. If you don't know exactly which hotel are or you need additional information, please ask to anybody from the staff. Feel free to ask in order to tell you. Let me express our gratitude, your patience and your contributions, and thank you for making this initial day a very day we invite to come and have some relaxing time later. So thank you so much. No sé, pregúntales a los chavos de acá de... Chiquis, pon aquí tu maleta para que
no salga. Estuvo bien la discusión, ¿no? Al final.
Sí.
Está durmiendo y después es que está Andrea, me ha dado del manager. Falta, vente para acá. No sé, vente aquí en medio. Ah, está bien. Está bien. Sí.
¿Más juntos? De astronautas, de luchadores, boxeadores, futbolistas.
O del French can.
Ya. Perfecto. Gracias. Gracias. Excelentes contribuciones. Gracias.
Hay excelentes preguntas del público.
Sí, muy interesantes. Muy interesantes.
Qué bueno, sí. Qué bueno. Por aquí nos vemos, van a estar los 4 días.
Sí.
¿Qué volaste? ¿Caracas, México, DF?
Caracas, Panamá, México.
Sí. Vete en medio. Gracias. ¿Pero quién lo va a tomar?
Sí, aquí.
A menos que sea un selfie.
Venga,
sí.
no,
porque ella quiere que está.
Perdón.
A menos que quieras un selfie, así la tienes que tomar tú sola. No vamos a salir todos. A ver que tengas un brazo largo. O un fish eye.
Sí, gracias. Soy la doctora Margarita Cervantes Trujano.
¿Qué tal?
Se llama
¿Dónde estás?
Tecnología.